City Council Member Ray Mueller, Interim City Manager Justin Murphy, City Attorney Nira Doherty, City Clerk Judy Herron, City Council members and staff participating remotely, City Council Member Cecilia Taylor. City Clerk Herron, would you please provide instructions to the City Council and members of the public on how the meeting will proceed?
Thank you, Mayor Nash. And again, echoing a welcome to our regular April 12th City Council meeting. For members of the public who wish to provide comment on an item on tonight's agenda, we ask that you engage that hand feature in the bottom of your screen. If you're calling in, you can press *9 after the mayor is called for comment on that item. Staff will engage webcams and cameras when making presentations and addressing any questions that the City Council may have. That concludes my introductions at this time. Thank you.
Agenda review. Agenda review provides advance notice to members of the public and city staff of any modifications to the agenda order and any requests from City Council members under City Council member reports. Does the City Council wish to pull or modify any agenda item? All right, City Clerk Herron, do we have any public comments on our proclamation item D1?
Thank you, Mayor Nash. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide public comment on item D1, proclamation as National Poetry Month, please engage that hand feature in the bottom of your screen. If you're calling in from a landline or a cell phone, please press *9 now. This will be the final call for public comment on item D1. Seeing no hands raised, Mayor Nash, you may continue.
Thank you. We have a proclamation, April as National Poetry Month. Whereas the Academy of American Poets established the month of April as National Poetry Month in 1996, and whereas National Poetry Month seeks to highlight the extraordinary legacy and ongoing achievement of American poets, introduce Americans to the pleasures and benefits of reading poetry, bring poets and poetry to the public in immediate and innovative ways, make poetry an important part of our children's education, and whereas as National Poetry Month, under the leadership and a direction of the Academy of American Poets, is now the largest literary celebration in the world, and whereas poetry enhances and enriches the lives of all Americans, and whereas poetry as an essential part of the arts and humanities affects every aspect of life in America today, including education, the economy, and community pride and development, and whereas poetry has produced some of the nation's leading creative artists and has inspired other artists in fields such as music, theater, film, dance, and the visual arts, and now, therefore, be it proclaimed that I, Betsy Nash, Mayor of the City of Menlo Park, on behalf of the City Council and City, do hereby proclaim April 1st through April 30th, 2022 as National Poetry Month. I call upon public officials, educators, librarians, and all of the people of Menlo Park to observe this month to celebrate the cultural riches our community has to offer and to recognize the important role poetry has in creating and sustaining this great nation with appropriate ceremonies, activities, and programs. And we have San Mateo County Poet Laureate Eileen Casanetto to accept the proclamation.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Nash, honorable council members, City of Menlo Park staff, and community members. I'm very honored to join you this evening to accept the National Poetry Month proclamation as Poet Laureate of San Mateo County. I'm very grateful for your support of poetry, especially as an instrument of healing and youth empowerment. For the past 3 years, I have been partnering with Menlo Park Library in bringing poetry events to the community, such as the Menlo Park Youth Poetry Competition and the annual Mental Health Open Mic. Poetry is not only a great community builder, it is a way to tell our story. And tonight I wish to share a poem that was commissioned by San Mateo County Health to honor all those who endeavored through the pandemic, especially our first responders who worked round the clock over and beyond what was expected to get us to where we are today. Take heart. Take heart from a hummingbird, a handful of earth. See how memory bears fruit to carry history, healing, offspring. Listen for sounds gently rising above the hum and din, the prayers of one so far from home and kin. Say you remembered to put out feeders, withhold water from inflorescent tomcat clovers. Say you are here in lieu of flowers. What did you lose the year of our sheltering? Whom do you honor with the hope you bring? Take heart, listen. Sounds of kindness are bouncing off hard surfaces. Praise bedside care and all its auspices. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. That was beautiful. City Clerk Heron, would you please call for public comment on the closed session items?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Nash. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to speak on item E1, conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation, or E2, conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation, please engage that hand feature in the bottom of your screen. If you're calling in from a landline or a cell phone, please press *9 now. This will be the final call for public comment on our closed session items E1 and E3. Seeing no hands raised, Mayor Nash, you may continue.
Thank you. The City Council will now adjourn to closed session and reconvene this regular meeting immediately following the closed session. We are anticipating closed session to be approximately 30 minutes.
So having our city council back on our in-person and virtual dais, Mayor Nash, you may reconvene the meeting.
Thank you. I would like to introduce City Attorney Doherty for a report out from the March 22nd, April 6th, and April 12th closed sessions.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. There's no reportable action.
Study sessions. Study sessions are an opportunity for city staff to introduce an item that will require policy direction from the city council in the near future. City staff will provide a brief presentation. I will then call for public comment. After public comment, the city council will discuss the matter interactively with staff. The city council will not take an action on items addressed in study sessions. The city council may provide direction to city staff for preparation of additional analysis or information necessary when the item returns to the city council for action. The study session item is G1, provide direction on developing a partnership agreement with Block Power to support implementation of the 2030 Climate Action Plan through a voluntarily building electrification program. To introduce the item is Sustainability Manager Rebecca Lucky. Hello, Mr. Baird.
Hello, excited to be here.
Thank you, Mayor Nash, council members. Good evening. I'm Rebecca Lucky, the Sustainability Manager. Thank you so much, City Clerk Herring, for joining so many of us on this topic of building electrification. So I'm going to just briefly introduce the agenda item, and then I'll be handing it off to Block Power to provide a more in-depth presentation for you tonight. So the item for tonight is to provide, well, we're hoping for the City Council to provide direction on developing a partnership agreement with Block Power. And this is really to help support our climate action plan to reach carbon neutrality by 2030. And this program would essentially provide a voluntary building electrification program to all building owners in Menlo Park. So it includes single family, multifamily, commercial buildings. And Block Power has been operating for quite some time now. They've recently started a partnership with Ithaca in New York to provide a turnkey program so that building owners don't have to kind of jump through so many hurdles or challenges and trying to find a contractor, figuring out all the different incentives that they could apply for, and also helping to building owners to understand how to operate and maintain the equipment. So staff is recommending the City Council direct us to prepare a partnership agreement with Block Power to consider at a future City Council meeting. The staff report includes some draft term agreements, an operating plan of what that would look like for Menlo Park. And really just to kind of give that context, electricity in Menlo Park is greenhouse gas free, and it's procured through Peninsula Clean Energy, and over 90% of our buildings in Menlo Park do participate in this program. And so that really provides an opportunity to eliminate natural gas, which is a fossil fuel that contributes to climate change. And it does account for quite a bit of our community emissions. About 41% of our greenhouse gas emissions stem from building natural gas usage. And then the other additional item, and there's a lot of menu items that Block Power offers, but it also supports another climate action plan goal to help support electric vehicle charging, particularly for commercial or multifamily developments. And that also is a big part of our greenhouse gas emissions for the community. And so just some background, the City Council did provide some direction back in August regarding climate action plan goal number 1 to electrify our existing buildings. And a couple of those really hit note here with Block Power. to identify partners for funding and financing programs, including a specific low-income turnkey program, and developing programs to really reduce the challenges and hurdles for building owners to electrify, particularly for existing buildings. And so Block Power is a privately held startup company, and its mission is to really green America's buildings. And they, again, have proprietary software for analysis, leasing, project management, and monitoring of clean energy projects. So they do offer a financing model, but building owners can certainly choose to use other financing models or directly purchase the equipment and services from Block Power. So I would be remiss if I didn't also give a shout out to Menlo Spark for really helping to get Block Power's attention in Menlo Park, and also our Environmental Quality Commissioner, Commissioner Evans, has also been working with Block Power on some of our unique kind of building projects in Menlo Park, particularly for low to moderate income building owners. And so the Block Power team that is here tonight to present, we have Danelle Bernard, who is the CEO of Block Power, and Grace Park Bradbury as well. She is the general manager for the West Coast and working out of the Bay Area's office, and Ropak Candace Mai, sorry if I didn't pronounce her name right, but they are all here to answer questions. So thank you so much, Block Power, for coming tonight. You can feel free to share your screen when you're ready and also to present.
Hello, can you all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Can you see me now? Great. Good evening. It's an honor to be here with you all. Any city that is making a commitment to decarbonize, which you all have, but implementing that decision to decarbonize is a leader, and we want to do everything we can to be supportive. And we're all grateful on behalf of our kids and grandkids for the leadership that Menlo Park has shown. So I'm Danelle Baird. I started Block Power 8 years ago. I'm joined by my extremely capable colleagues who are much smarter and more competent than I, Grace Park Bradbury and Rupak Kandasamy and Ariel. Rupak and Grace are in the Bay Area. Ariel Kalishman is in Colorado, and I am in New York. So we're bi-coastal, and what we're about is focused on making buildings greener, smarter, and healthier for all. Oops, let's see. Great. So a little bit about us. We are a climate tech startup. We have completed projects in over 1,200 apartment buildings. And in the Menlo Park context, that's about 5,000 homes, mostly in New York City, but we do have projects that we've completed in Los Angeles and the Bay Area, as well as projects in Georgia, Chicago, Milwaukee, and throughout various parts of the country. We develop, implement, and finance energy efficiency and clean energy projects for building owners in dense, often low-income urban areas across the country, coast to coast. Some of our early partners and most important partners are Cabot Capital, Mitch Kapor, who founded Lotus 123 and also was an early investor in Uber, is on our board and is our biggest investor. Andreessen Horowitz, Ben and Felicia Horowitz, I believe, are residents of Atherton, where I go over to their house for dinner a couple times a year. The New York State government's an investor in our company. Exelon, the utility company, is an investor in our company, and we've been proud to partner with the U.S. Department of Energy. We recently won a contract from the U.S. Department of Energy to provide technical assistance across America to cities and municipalities like Menlo Park on behalf of the Biden administration. And so what we do is provide turnkey building electrification and decarbonization services. Those services can be aggregated into a program in a public-private partnership with a city like Menlo Park. As was stated by Rebecca, the sustainability manager, we have won a contract and are implementing a contract to decarbonize the entire city of Ithaca, which is the first city in the world to pass a law indicating that it will be 100% decarbonized by the year 2030. And we'd love to see you guys race them and beat them. And we love to partner with you guys as we are with them. And so what we do is we organize data and technology. We have a software tool called Block Maps that will help Rebecca and all city staff to target and identify buildings across Menlo Park that are most suitable for electrification. We have financing. Eric and Wendy Schmidt provide some philanthropic capital, Lorene Powell Jobs, the JPB Foundation out of New York. There's also incentives from the utility company and the California government and the Newsom administration. And then there's capital from Wall Street. And we organize all of that capital and have created a financing product, a lease offering that allows us to make decarbonization affordable in the same way that a mortgage stretches out the upfront payment of a home over 30 years so that it's now affordable. We can do the same thing for decarbonization. And then we have our community development program focused on job creation, where we train and hire local individuals from vulnerable populations to install solar, to install decarbonization, electrification, heating systems and hot water systems and air conditioning systems, to install batteries in electric vehicle charging stations. And then we believe in closing the digital divide, not only because we need to stream data from the devices that we install, but also because it's important to make sure that kids have access to the internet, as we so recently learned during the pandemic. So those are the 4 pieces of our program when we come into a new market. You can see here a little bit of an ecosystem map. We, again, are organizing private sector capital from Wall Street, from foundations. We have partnerships with Google and Apple and Lowe's and other Fortune 500 companies that are part of our public-private partnership to decarbonize buildings and decarbonize whole cities. We are proud, we would be proud to be able to partner with the Menlo Park government to implement this project, again, at really low or no cost to the city. And of course, partnering with local contractors and community residents and community associations, all of which will cohere and allow us to help decarbonize Menlo Park by the year 2030. So from a building owner perspective, how does a building owner experience this? Well, on the left, you can see, basically, you're going to log into our search bar and type in your address on our application. And our algorithm's going to generate a free sustainability score and a sustainability report as to how you can decarbonize your building and save money and save energy while making your building healthier and more profitable. And that report is specific to your building. We have a partnership with Jeff Bezos and the Bezos Earth Fund, where they've given us capital to build digital models that allow us to simulate and understand and develop a plan for how to decarbonize 125 million buildings across America. And so because as we build out that model, we're able to generate these accurate investment grade reports for free so that building owners can understand how to decarbonize their home. And so we have a customer-centric building electrification solution where we come in as an intermediary, take the report from the building owner and help them to navigate mechanical engineering, electrical engineering, general construction contracting, purchasing the equipment, organizing capital from lenders and investors, collecting capital from the CCA or from the local utility company, getting permits from the utility and from the local government, asking the Newsom administration to kick in some capital to complete the project. Normally, building owners are asked to fulfill all of these functions themselves. With Block Power, we do all of the heavy lifting for you once you type in your building address into our search bar tool. And so we deliver full stack, as you guys say in Silicon Valley, or turnkey, as we say on the East Coast. We deliver full stack or turnkey comprehensive solutions and projects, all of the above. From your roof all the way down to your basement, we're going to decarbonize your building and make it healthier, greener, smarter, more profitable. And that's everything from new heating and air conditioning and hot water systems to the appliances and ovens to new lighting, to removing lead and mold and asbestos, which we're doing a lot of in Oakland, California, to putting in monitoring and control systems, rooftop solar, battery charging, EV charging. Whatever makes sense for your home that you're interested in, we're going to help you put it together and project manage it. But our software has helped us to reduce costs on projects by as high as 80%. So electrification is complex and time consuming. We're going to be an intermediary to help you do it. Here's some great customer testimony. Here's a professor of climate who wasn't able to figure out how to decarbonize her home on her own. I think we're helping her out a little bit. It can be a complicated process for each and every building owner, and even more so for the over 10,000 buildings that you guys need to decarbonize. So the way we think about electrification as a service is we're going to provide a 15-year to 20-year lease contract, just like you lease a car. We want that lease to generate annual savings versus what you're paying for fossil fuel energy. And we provide a full warranty and guarantee and on uptime and maintenance for the equipment. We cover all maintenance and warranties and ensure that equipment functions. And in some ways, we kind of become a kind of operations and maintenance as a service provider to you for your home and all of the equipment that you lease from us. So no upfront capital is needed. It's easy to learn about this process via our web platforms or mobile platforms, and we guarantee that the systems will function for 15 years. If something goes wrong, we come in and replace it. And we do this all in a way that can generate savings. So here are some completed projects in White Plains, New York, where it's super cold, an apartment building in Oakland, California, where Grace led the work and electrified that building, a house of worship. We do single family homes, apartment complexes, churches, synagogues, mosques, schools. We can do it all. We don't do skyscrapers because they can afford to do themselves. And so what's interesting for a city of the size of Menlo Park, and I'm rounding the bend here, coming to the end, is how do you move from doing one-on-one, one-off individual buildings into a program that can operate at neighborhood scale or city scale? And so the question is, how do you take our turnkey platform of software, financial services, construction services, workforce development, and how do you partner in a public-private partnership with a local city government to target, identify, market, persuade, engage, and implement decarbonization on whole blocks so that you can do the whole city? And when you do that, we think there's economies of scale across financing, across data, across construction. And that is what we're implementing in Ithaca and many other cities around the country, like DC, Atlanta, Savannah, Oakland, Milwaukee, and other cities where we're partnered. So there's a lot of financial incentives that are available for this. There's about $1 billion with a B that the Newsom administration is providing to decarbonize buildings in the state of California. There's over $200 billion that is coming out in the infrastructure bill and the new climate bill that we expect Senator Manchin to pass in the Senate. Even though he's going to have green hydrogen and nuclear and a bunch of other stuff, there will be money to green buildings and well. So the point is there's hundreds of billions of dollars that's going to be available to decarbonize buildings. We went Menlo Park to lead the charge in helping its city to citizens to decarbonize. And for low and moderate income projects, those project costs are often higher but that's our specialty. And so we're going to be able to come in and serve low and moderate income customers in a different way than other firms, because that's our focus. We know how to remove lead and mold and asbestos and get the project cost low enough to make it affordable for low and moderate income folks without giving them a loan or asking them to put up their property as collateral or anything like that. We've figured out how to do it. So last, and I think this is becoming really important, here we are meeting with the Secretary of Energy and Vice President Harris in front of a heat pump, which provides all electric heating and cooling and is one of the most important ways to decarbonize homes. And we were actually talking to her about the young man standing to my right, who is a 19-year-old kid who we trained and hired to be part of our Civilian Climate Corps in New York, where we hired 800 young people and adults from vulnerable communities in New York City and train them on how to decarbonize buildings and how to install community Wi-Fi. They did incredible work. They put solar panels on top of Rikers Island, which is the jail in New York City. We've retrofitted over 150 apartment buildings throughout the city so far and have about 30 months left on this project. We are in talks with the Newsom administration to launch a Civilian Climate Corps in California, and would love to be able to do workforce development, particularly in East Menlo Park and other places where we know that all folks need is a little bit of opportunity, and they can build incredible careers for themselves in the clean energy field while decarbonizing their home city of Menlo Park. So we're already doing this in New York and a few other places, and super excited about the potential of working with you all in Menlo Park. And so here's a few details on that. We can come back to that question and answer. If that makes sense. We provide wraparound services to ex-offenders, veterans, folks at risk of homelessness, to stabilize them and bring them into the clean energy economy. And that's a really important part of the work that we do. So as next steps, the time to act is now. You all know that. You are acting in the form of this meeting, and we're so grateful to you. We also think there's a way to do this that really sets a standard for how to address environmental justice. In communities like Belhaven, we're going to have them lead the charge on showing California and the rest of the country how to decarbonize right there in Belhaven. We're going to close the digital divide while we're at it, and take a look at some of the flooding and other concerns around climate mitigation. And so we know, because you have an incredible mayor, Mayor Nash, incredible commissioners, Angela, Rebecca, incredible leadership. You have incredible private sector partners like Kleiner Perkins and all of the other incredible folks that are there in the region. You guys really have an opportunity to lead the world on decarbonization, and we would love to help you implement that vision. And so multiple phase plan, which we can get into the details of later, but the point is we are able to electrify all 12,000 buildings in Menlo Park, and want to partner with you all and the White House and the Department of Energy and Google and Apple and Bezos Earth Fund and Lowe's to figure out how to decarbonize all 12,000 buildings. It's possible. It's within your grasp, and we'd be delighted to help you all do it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. City Clerk Herron, do we have public comment on this item?
Thank you, Mayor Nash. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on item G1, provide direction on developing a partnership agreement with Block Power to support implementation of the 2030 Climate Action Plan through a voluntarily building electrification program, please engage that hand feature in the bottom of your screen. If you're calling in from a landline or a cell phone, please press *9 now. And our first speaker will be Angela Evans.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. I'm Angela Evans. I am Vice Chair of the Environmental Quality Commission, but I'm really speaking here as a resident of Menlo Park, interested in helping our city meet its climate action plan goals in an efficient and effective manner. First, I really want to thank staff, especially Rebecca Lucky, for working closely with us on this project and for writing the terrific staff report in your packet. Thank you. So upon reading that staff report and hearing Danelle's presentation just now, I think that you will clearly see that this proposed partnership with Block Power is a meaningful response to Council's direction for increased tools, incentives, and turnkey programs that work well for folks of all income levels and that eliminate what we often refer to as the hassle factor of building electrification. However, as you have also just heard and read, Block Power's venture-backed business model delivers these expectations robustly and takes them up a few notches by adding many other attributes that benefit our community directly, including a commitment to develop robust, well-trained, well-compensated workforce with a focus on people who need these jobs the most. Block Power is a certified B Corporation with a deep focus on environmental justice, as Danelle explained, and this is in its mission and in its business model. As described on the Block Power site, its civilian climate core model is about creating these good, long-term, not just seasonal, clean energy jobs. Block Power has expressed interest in exploring partnerships with our local job train nonprofit organization and our nearby community colleges. So what you have in front of you is not only intended to help us make solid progress toward our scaled building electrification goals, but also helps support our local economy and intends to lift people out of poverty in perpetuity. Now, while we certainly hope that this program, with its numerous conveniences in health, safety, and enormous climate benefits, will appeal to a large and broad section of Menlo Park residents, participation is voluntary. I want to highlight one thing from the staff report. Once council makes a decision to proceed, I have offered through my commissioner role to help staff and partners raise additional capital from the state and philanthropic and other sources to help us get to what we sometimes call 0% interest or sort of zero overhead costs for the low-income community. Block Power has offered to place us in touch with Governor Newsom's office, and our local Senator Josh Becker has expressed his support and even wrote an email to City Council last night with his support and offering to help us secure those state funds. Ithaca, New York, which announced its partnership with Block Power in the Washington Post last fall, communicated to staff that they got their interest rate down from 5% to 2% and to 0% for low income. And that's our goal as well here. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker will be Bruce Carney.
Hello, council members, mayor. I'm Bruce Carney, a former resident of Menlo Park and East Palo Alto, currently a resident of Mountain View. I'm also a board member of Carbon Free Mountain View. And about 15 years ago, I had the pleasure to be the fourth marketing person hired by Solar City, a Foster-based company that was a solar panel installer, now part of Tesla. And its claim to fame, as some of you may know, was that it was the inventor of the solar lease, which essentially allowed homeowners to not pay $15,000 or $20,000 for a solar rooftop system, but to enter into a 15 to 18 year no money down lease. And that opportunity was like rocket fuel for the residential solar industry. When I joined Solar City, there were 80 employees. And at its peak, it had 15,000 employees around the country. So that gives you some sense of what a new energy technology company can do in a relatively short span of time. And I'd like to echo the previous comment about the impact of job train in the local community colleges as a way to train local San Mateo County people for well-paying jobs. I recently spoke to David Arfin, who was the inventor of Solar Lease, and asked him if he thought that a standalone company focused on heat pump hot water heaters could make profits doing leasing. And he said no, the size of the asset was just too small. And so what Block Power has done is they've enlarged that to include retrofit windows, HVAC, not only heat pump water heaters, but perhaps induction cooktops and building insulation to create a larger asset base that has a bigger impact on greenhouse gas emissions. So I've never had the opportunity to speak directly with any Block Power employees, but I was very impressed by tonight's presentation and about what I've read. And so I really think that there's a tremendous opportunity for Menlo Park to show leadership here. And I hope that soon Block Power will be able to talk to the Mountain View City Council about what they're able to accomplish a little bit farther south. So I encourage you to give this your support. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak to you tonight.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker will be Katarina Clark.
Hi. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for having me. My name is Kat Clark, and I'm a student studying sustainability science and practice at Stanford. I chose to study this field because I strongly believe that by protecting the environment, we can improve and protect the well-being of future generations. I've been working on a project in Menlo Park to further understand public attitudes towards electrification and the negative environmental impacts of methane gas. And through interviewing a bunch of Menlo Park residents, 3 relevant themes emerged that indicate that Block Power's proposal would help overcome barriers to electrification and improved energy efficiency. First, during the interviews I conducted, many Menlo Park residents know that electrification is an important part of reaching Menlo Park's climate goals and reducing GHG emissions. For example, one interviewee said, "I know electrification is the future." So there's a lot of excitement around the idea of electrification, but many residents don't necessarily know how to get there. In addition, many commented about how they just don't seem to have the bandwidth to self-manage a home project or even begin to think about it. So a strength of Block Power is that they manage the process of improving energy efficiency and electrifying, among many other things, from start to finish, which really takes a load off of homeowners, landlords, and businesses that want to electrify. Secondly, residents discuss the cost burden of electrifying their homes. Many residents discuss how it's too expensive for them to do, even on a small scale, just, for example, getting a new electric or induction stove as opposed to a gas stove. For a lot of people, that was a large cost burden. So given that Block Power has a unique financing model, it would really allow this cost burden to be taken off of Menlo Park residents, which is really important. Finally, Block Power, it has a proven model that Menlo Park residents can trust, and it gives homeowners and building owners a clear timeline and predictable cost structure. Due to these reasons, I think that partnering with Block Power will lower the barrier to electrification and energy efficiency projects, such as the large upfront costs and the lack of bandwidth to engage in home improvement projects. By partnering with Block Power, Menlo Park could improve energy efficiency, increase rates of electrified buildings, and reduce GHG emissions. Ultimately, this could help Menlo Park reach its goals of being carbon neutral by 2030. As a young adult who is heavily invested in ensuring that the planet is a habitable place for all people of future generations, I would be incredibly excited to see this partnership between Menlo Park and Block Power. This is because I feel like it would be instrumental in helping Menlo Park reach its climate goals. Thank you to everyone, the private sector, public sector, and nonprofit sector who is working to get this exciting proposal off the ground to protect future generations in an equitable way. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker will be Adina Levin.
Hello, good evening, City Council members, staff, and Block Power team. My name is Adina Levin. I serve on Menlo Park's Complete Streets Commission, but I am speaking for myself. I also participate in a local community group called Menlo Together that focuses on housing affordability and environmental sustainability. And we as a group support the city exploring the partnership with Block Power because of the focus on building electrification, which is so key to environmental sustainability, and the focus in the model of equity and being able to electrify and decarbonize the homes of low-income people. I'll make some more comments of speaking for myself on this item. Some of the things that myself and others in Menlo Together are excited by here is that Black Power, while it is a startup, it has a really significant track record, having upgraded thousands of buildings. One of the things that I'm excited about in terms of getting involved in Menlo Park, which has been a leader on climate and in our region and in the state of California, in areas that have been in a leader and that have an appetite to scale. So I think that there are going to be significant opportunities going forward. The focus on job training and workforce development, creating opportunities for people is extremely exciting. It really addresses a barrier to building electrification, since one of the big barriers is that there are not enough people who are trained to do this work, and so there's a tremendous opportunities for people to develop skills and careers in a fast-growing area. Looking forward to having this get started. Looking forward to getting data from as this rolls out in order to help understand how to further grow and scale. And one of the topics I have some questions about that I think are where there are some potential solutions, but it would be good to have data, is to make sure that when buildings are upgraded, that people who are renting, that their rent does not go up. And so that would be a good thing to keep track of, to make sure that we are protecting people. Lastly, we're doing an environmental justice element and would love to get recommendations from Black Power on policies that can go into our environmental justice element as a city. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker will be Karen Grove.
Hi, I'm Karen, and I'm Karen Grove, and I serve on the Housing Commission, but I am speaking for myself. One of the reasons I do serve on the Housing Commission is because I see it as such an important lever for social and economic and racial justice. And the other reason is because of its climate impacts, positive climate impacts, by producing housing where jobs are. So I haven't done the work so much to implement climate change. So I just wanted to say how grateful I am to the people who are doing that work and who have done, seems like a tremendous amount of work to bring us this opportunity. I'm just really excited about it. This seems like a very good approach, and that's it. That's all. I just want to say thank you to the people who've made this happen so far, and to City Council. I hope we move forward expeditiously. Thanks so much.
Thank you for your comment. So this will be the final call for public comment on our study session item G1. Our next speaker will be Tom Cabot.
Hello, I'm Tom Cabot, a Menlo Park resident and Menlo Park Environmental Quality Commissioner, just speaking for myself tonight. Thank you so much to the staff, the council, and Commissioner Evans for putting together this opportunity and bringing it to the citizens of Menlo Park and the council to look at it. I've read through the staff report, and it looks like an excellent opportunity for Menlo Park and Black Power to work together on solving this tough problem of how do we get started on this transition to decarbonizing buildings. I think they put together a great proposal that needs to be looked at and figured out how to implement it together. It looks like there are many benefits that will accelerate us and get past the conundrum of people trying to do things one little bit at a time and having to talk to lots of different contractors. I'm very excited about the workforce training aspect of this, because what we see out there looking at the contractor field is it needs more entrants. They need more folks to work on these projects. And this looks like the type of operation that can help develop those skill sets broadly for people. So I'm very excited to see Menlo Park looking at this opportunity, and I fully support it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. So this will now be the final call for public comment on item G1. Seeing no further hands, Mayor Nash, you may continue.
Thank you. We are now open for city council discussion. Would anyone like to go first? Councilmember Bueller.
So I just at the outset, I'm really excited about this opportunity. It's great for Menlo Park to have a partner to help streamline this for residents and help in a consulting basis, and also obviously to bring those great those great interest levels to this type of work. One thing I wanted to ask at the outset is, why is a partnership with the city necessary? And so I just kind of wanted to have that sort of explanation, as it's a private company. Why is a partnership with the city unnecessary?
Mr. Baird, would you care to respond to that?
Absolutely. Okay. Can you hear me and see me?
Yeah, I can.
Oh, great. Thank you for the question. So there are many synergies that are really important in terms of a formal partnership with the city. One of them is around building permitting. Building permitting can be quite the process in many cities around America. And when we're talking about decarbonizing thousands of buildings, the amount of work that we are generating for the buildings department in terms of permits and review of projects, making sure that the projects are all safe as we remove, lead and mold and asbestos, or methane pipelines, right, which are explosive. For the health and safety of all of these decentralized construction projects, the permitting burden is pretty heavy. And one of the things that we found over the last 8 years, as we were working on several thousand buildings in New York, is that a formal partnership with the city is essential to share data on where we are in the building permitting process for hundreds of projects that are occurring simultaneously. And so that often is a kind of internal process, and there's data sharing and data privacy issues between building owners, their permits, the city government, and third-party vendors or private sector firms that do not have formal partnerships with the city government. Basically, the data and project management of which projects are going to move forward when, on what timeline, with what permits, or what needs to happen in terms of paperwork just becomes a nightmare. And so that kind of strategic partnership through a formal public-private partnership for data sharing and others extends from building permitting to incentives to reviewing maintenance records of buildings or property tax payment histories of buildings. It just really streamlines our ability to engage building owners throughout the entire process of providing turnkey services, is to have that formal partnership with the city. So is it possible to move forward without it? It is, to your point. But the relative success of the program will be increased the deeper the partnership that we can have with the city. And we don't want to create an additional burden or extra work for city employees. And so we want to keep it to a minimum, but we do want to have a partnership that allows us to have some synergies. Does that help?
I think I understand, but I want to restate is the expectation is that the city is going to share data with you that you can then aggregate to show metrics on, and you want an agreement with the city to streamline that?
Yeah, the way I would say is that many cities around the United States have like open data policies where they share all the data anyway publicly. What we want to be able to do is to review some of the data as it's being created so that we can help project manage projects in the real world, not just for metrics, but to actually help project implementation.
And do you know, so there's in Ithaca, when you did that, do you know, how many employees it took to support that effort of aggregating of providing data to you guys?
Yeah, Ithaca is a much smaller city than you guys, and their permitting department is a lot smaller. And so what we've done is come up with a program with local university students and graduate students. And so there's a plan to have 5 to 7 graduate students who I think some of them we're actually going to pay for, who are embedded in the permitting department to, they're urban planning students to help expedite and build a framework to support the city. So we won't supervise them. They will work for the city, but that's part of the public-private partnership. And so it's a team of 5 to 7 people that we're adding to the city permitting office in Ithaca.
Right, and is that what you're envisioning here, is that there would be like graduate students who'd come and do that work here in Menlo Park?
Yeah, if that makes sense from the perspective of the city, and that's that is one among several options. If building permitting is a burden for the city of Menlo Park, that is one among several options that we can do. I do think that you all have significant philanthropic leaders in the city. We've had the chance to meet with many of them who really want to support this project in partnership with us. And so I do think there's going to be lots of people who are really excited and are going to provide significant resources to a public-private partnership, whether that's monetary or student labor or graduate students or what have you. And so we will look forward to hammering out the details of that in partnership with city staff, but that is what is happening in Ithaca to answer your question.
And then in terms of the data, is that something that when someone's working with all of you, that they sign a waiver on that, or do we need to create an open data policy within the city, or how does that work?
So it works a couple different ways. We have a bunch of data that we have purchased or that we have aggregated from the state of California or from the United States laboratories in Berkeley that has a bunch of data on buildings all over California. And so we've aggregated that data into a data lake right now on buildings throughout the city. If there is additional building data that you guys have, depending on your data privacy and access policies that are already in existence, we may be able to access some of that data. We may not. So we have a lot of flexibility built into our model because different cities have different data privacy policies. And so Palo Alto may have one thing, Oakland may have another, Menlo Park may have the third, San Jose may have the fourth. Our job is to be flexible and work with the data that's easily available so that we don't place an undue burden on the city staff.
And that's something that's anonymized before we provide it to you, I'm assuming?
100%.
And then is that data used? Do you guys use that data anywhere else besides?
Oh, no. We sign a thing that with we're not a the data it's anonymized, one, so we don't have access to valuable data, and we can only use it for the purposes of decarbonizing a building and reporting the impact of that decarbonization to the city. And then we are bound by a data privacy agreement that we would sign with you all to not use that data in any other way, shape, or form.
All right. So yeah, so that's not being sold to like an insurance data or?
Absolutely not. No, it'd be a violation of the agreement that we would sign.
Okay. And then the other question I have for you.
One moment, I see that Grace has her hand up and might want to add something, if you don't mind.
Oh, great. She's way smarter than me. Okay.
Hello, thanks so much for having me. And to add to Donnell's comments in terms of, again, my name is Grace. I'm based here in Oakland and I help lead our business here in California. In regards to another benefit of a city partnership, the reason for this leadership signal is it really sends to various market players the benefits of investing in this market. As many of us know, in the electrification efforts, I think education is growing. People are starting to learn about the benefits from a climate as well as health perspective on electrification. But in terms of the contractor network, workers, OEMs, manufacturers of equipment, all of them need to see this leadership signal and this positive commercial partnership to be able to invest further into this market and deliver things like bulk discounts as well as lowered interest rates from financing partners as well. So beyond the specifics of our partnership or agreement, this is an important market signal that tells the world, that tells the market that this is a market worth investing in. So I wanted to thank you, Rebecca, for supporting. Thank you.
Thank you. So I have a couple more questions because you guys are set up as a for-profit company, and I want to congratulate you because you grinded for 7 years before you got through that Series A round, and that's awesome, especially with the vision that you had pulling this together. But I do, when you're going through your presentation, I did see that you offer a 15-year maintenance guarantee, and I'm sure you get asked, is that backstopped by block power, or is that backstopped by the manufacturers and the service or the service providers that you contract with? Like, how is that? Where's that backstop come from?
There's 3 layers to it, City Councilman, and you named all 3. There's a warranty and an O&M agreement that is backstopped by the installer and service provider, that is backstopped by block power and our lenders, right? Through a holding company that we would create, Menlo Park Holding Company A, and then last, the manufacturers themselves have a manufacturing warranty. And one of the things we had to do was, call into Daycon headquarters in Japan. They were only offering a 12-month warranty on their parts and equipment at the time, and Grace and others were able to negotiate with them to get them out to a 15-year warranty. So that's a pretty unique thing that they don't offer through folks that are not us, that we fought really hard for, and that allows us to provide that comprehensive wraparound guarantee that if we install this stuff in citizens' homes in Menlo Park, that it's going to work, and if it doesn't, there's a warranty to come in and replace it and swap it out.
Okay. Yeah, because that's great, because I just wanted to double check that. And I think I'm going to go ahead. So I just wanted to cover all of that just from a financial background, but I can't express enough how excited I am about getting this project up and off the ground and moving. This is exactly, it's funny, we were having this conversation back in August and we were saying, hey, we want the market to come forward and provide us with an opportunity that we can give to people big carrots, and this instead of sticks. And what you're bringing to our market here are big carrots for people to go ahead and do this easily, make this conversion. This conversion is incredibly necessary right now regarding where we are in the climate crisis. So I'm very excited about this opportunity. I just had to ask those questions because if we're partnering with you, we're sort of putting the city's stamp of approval on you as we bring you out to our residents. And I'm super excited about you guys, but also as I look at you as a Series A company, I just wanted to make sure that we knew that they were going to be taken care of if, heaven forbid, something happened to you all. So thank you.
Thank you for the wonderful questions. And we are a Series A company, but because of the nature and accuracy of your concerns, we raised $63 million, which is a relatively large Series A, so that we could address the very legitimate concerns that you've outlined here. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, and can I ask, I mean, I don't know, and you can just tell me it's not public, but I saw it's 55 million debt.
Mm-hmm.
Like, is there a long runway on that, or?
Yeah, it's multi-decade debt, and we
Okay.
also
I don't need to know anything more.
No. I just say it's public. we've been preliminarily approved to borrow $1.1 billion of long run debt from the Biden-Harris administration. And so we really are about the business of trying to decarbonize multiple cities across the country in partnership with the Biden-Harris administration, who has hired us as a technical assistance provider to cities around the country.
Yeah, no, it's amazing. I just had to ask just a couple of those questions to make sure, because as you know, as we bring this into the community with the city stamp on it, have to make sure I've asked the question. So thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Great questions and great answers. Thank you. I'd like to call on Angela Evans, who has her hand up in the audience, if that's possible.
Thank you. I just wanted to weigh in a tiny bit more. Thank you, Councilman Mueller, for asking those good questions. And I wanted to add my 2 cents based on what I've thought about and have learned in helping to lead this project. Your question about why does it require a partnership with the city, or what are the benefits of a formal partnership with the city? And Grace touched on the discounted equipments. That's a big one. I think when we make a commitment to Block Power that we're looking to scale up, the more they'll be able to obtain and negotiate for for discounted bulk purchases, which will heavily reduce costs to customers. And the second is that it really allows and gives Block Power a good signal for them to staff up and put more time and resources and focus on Menlo Park to help us get to scale. The third is building the workforce at scale too. I think that it really makes sense for Block Power to see the city making a commitment in the form of a partnership so that Block Power can spend, again, time and resources reaching out to organizations potentially like Job Train and community colleges to help build those workforces at scale. And then the fourth and final, and perhaps one of the most important, as I personally see it, is that a formal partnership enables folks like me, potentially with partners like Menlo Spark and or our staff, to then go out and try to raise large quantities of additional capital from the state and philanthropic and maybe other sources. And I think the addition of that capital will be really important as we look to ensure extra funding that will help get our low-income community to cost neutrality, which is what they did in Ithaca. Ithaca was also able to raise a bunch of additional capital in its partnership. So that's just, those are my 2 cents to add in. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Mueller, did you have anything more?
No, the only thing that I would seek the advice from the city attorney on later is when we go out and we talk about raising money, is that being done on behalf of the city, or is that, and what are the representations made around that? And I see the city attorney shaking her head yes. So I'm not objecting to it. I just think it's complicated, but it's a wonderful complication. Like, so let me just put it that way. It's a wonderful complication. Like, this work has to be done. I'm excited about it. I just, in the role that we are here, I just want to make sure we cross all the T's and dot all the I's, but I'm really excited about the project. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Combs.
Thank you, Mayor Nash, and thank you, Ms. Lucky and Mr. Baird for the presentation. So a couple of questions. My first is to Ms. Lucky. In the city, in the staff report on this agenda item, there's a line: the city will need to use a combination of incentive programs, education, and regulations to transition the existing building stock in Menlo Park to be all electric and support at-home electric vehicle charging. At this moment in the process, can you explain to me what's your understanding of what we mean when we say regulations? What comes under that?
Thank you, Councilmember. I'm sorry, I'm trying to start my video, but it's not quite working. But you can hear me. Thank you, Councilmember Combs. So when we're looking at our climate action plan and our ability to meet carbon neutrality by 2030. There are combinations on how to get there. It is an aggressive goal compared to other communities. And I think those are topics that we just continue to explore and bring forward. Currently, right now, since January, there is a effort in the Bay Area with a couple of the community choice aggregators that procure energy to look at our 3-year cycle of building codes and the opportunity for reach codes. And so I think those are the aspects of trying to understand, is the community ready for certain types of regulations? Is the market there? Is there enough support and education in that we could potentially move forward with some kind of reach codes, for this coming year in 2023, and then there's another cycle after that. I know that's what the city of Berkeley is looking at as long range plan, as to like these incremental steps in regulation to get there.
And so just so I'm making sure I understand that's because I'm trying to distinguish between regulation as incentive or regulation as prohibition. And so in that, you still see this idea of some regulation as prohibition that the city could be exploring in the future.
I think it could be either one of those. It could be an incentive-based approach, or it could be kind of, again, a regulation where it's a requirement on certain types of projects that make sense, where it's implementable, looking at the cost effectiveness of that aspect. But the program with block power kind of enables some of those barriers to getting there.
Okay, thanks. And so switching to another question, which is for you or someone from Block Power. It seems like speaking to Councilmember Mueller's comment in there, there's lots of complication. I am, for the sake of simplicity, going to say that it's sort of kind of like a preferred vendor program that we're engaging in on some level with Block. Have you, in your research looking into this, seen situations where other participants in that marketplace have had concerns about a partnership between this company and their municipality, and whether that then prohibits them to engage in the same manner, whether it's sort of the processing of permits, that this sort of streamlined approach is something that one market participant, in this case Block, gets, but others don't, right? And is that something that has come up? And I'll say it is a concern of mine, because again, they do sort of soup to nuts. They're in everything, right? And so they're in windows, they're in upgrading electricity. And so there's a lot of different market players across a lot of different market players in the city in those areas. And then I would think that creating a sort of a preferred vendor scenario could have some complications. So is that something that has come up in researching this company as they have engaged other municipalities?
So it hasn't come up so far for at least Menlo Park. I think for the city of Ithaca, and Block Power can speak to this, but they do appear to have a very inclusive kind of dynamic with local contractors. So that's not to say that others might want to understand that more, or understand the city's process. But when I did speak to the sustainability director at the city of Ithaca, and from their perspective, they did do an RFP process, but there wasn't too many companies that had this type of unique service. It's not to say that others couldn't build that, but at this time, there's a lot of kind of leverage that they do have in this area, and it is a growing field.
Yeah, thank you for the question, and thank you for the answer, Sustainability Manager Lucky. I think I would add that in some ways, what we're trying to be is a concierge between building owners who want to decarbonize and local market participants in Menlo Park. I mean, we are not plumbers, we are not electricians ourselves. We do know that there is a shortage of plumbers and electricians around America, and there may or may not be in Menlo Park. If there is, we want to work with JobTrain and other folks in the city to provide those workers. But those workers will go to local contractors. We hope that some of those installers and contractors are women and veteran and minority-owned firms, but they will be local market participants who are licensed to install at Menlo Park. And our job is to connect them to decarbonization projects and opportunities, folks who are interested in decarbonization, but need a concierge or a liaison to help them complete the decarbonization project with local Menlo Park market participants. So that's how we view our role. We don't believe that there's a prohibition on similar public-private partnerships with any other market participants or vendors. And we do have a contract with the U.S. Department of Energy, which we publicly applied for and won, where the U.S. Department of Energy is willing to use that public procurement process where we competed against market participants across America to provide an umbrella for us to launch services in local markets through our public-private partnership, if that's helpful. So I think that it's a little bit odd, but what we are a mission-based company that is for the public benefit, and we are focused on decarbonization. And so from our standpoint, the more market participants that come in to decarbonize Menlo Park, the quicker Menlo Park can decarbonize. And there's like 1,000 other cities across America that need to be decarbonized. So that's our view.
Yeah,
is that helpful?
That is. Thanks for that answer. And my concern is not sort of more market participants entering the market. Again, my concern, and this is just something we need to be mindful of as a city, of those installers, contractors who decide for whatever reason they don't want to be about in the block power network, right? Them then saying like, oh, my window installation project is taking 5 months, and a project that the block's involved in is taking 2 months. And I do think that we have to be concerned about that there will be market participants who will say that there is a sort of favorite nation status that's going on here, and it seems unfair. And when you talk about like having people in the city, in the planning department, in the building department that are actually possibly paid by you and your company, that further I think brings up those concerns, because in theory we should be offering, if we're streamlining the process, we should be offering what is clearly a streamlined process for everyone, like, right, as a government agency. So but I appreciate the answer. The next question, because I do want to move on, I know other council members have questions, and it may be my apologies that this is possibly a very elementary question, but what happens at the end of the 15-year lease? I honestly, I don't know. Like, could someone tell me what happens then?
No, another great question. At that point, the equipment is all transferred over to the building owner. Okay. That is option A, or option B is they can sign up for another 15-year lease if they want new equipment and another 15 years of warranty and guarantees.
So transfer it over at no additional cost, correct?
Correct. Yes.
And then my third sort of question / comment. So when, because my concern then, going back to this idea of this effort and this company's engagement in the city and with city residents, having this sort of the backing of the city, the imprint to some degree of the city, we'll have residents signing, contracts that obligate them, make certain financial obligations upon them for some time in the future. Do you guys currently in your situation have a scenario where you're making sure that some independent party is providing some financial counsel or guidance to residents before they sign those papers. And of course, this is not an issue for, buildings, large buildings, but a resident. I want to understand that like someone not with no financial or pecuniary interest is giving a resident some clear picture of what they're signing up to. And do you have that scenario at this moment in situations in which you have partnered with cities?
Yeah, that's another really great question. What we have is a standard lease agreement. We call it an energy services agreement. I think Grace is changing the name because she's smarter than me. But and that contract will be reviewed in detail, like line by line, by all of you, and we will be constrained to offer that contract. And so what we would do is create a box of underwriting criteria and kind of financial constraints of what we can and cannot offer citizens of your city that you would sign off on. And for the duration of the public-private partnership, we would only be able to offer things inside that box. And so we do think it is important to have the support and vetting of the city. So whether that's the CFO's office or the city attorney's office or what have you, we want that sign off from the city. And then we do have local underwriting committees of like local community banks or city FIs who also provide that independent review. I will say that in New York City, we have also often played that role. And what we expect to be the case in Menlo Park is there's going to be a lot of folks who actually don't need capital at all. And we will actually provide them free technical assistance. And so they may say to us, hey, Black Power, like I could do a mortgage refinance, or I've got 10 grand in treasury bonds. Like, could you run a financial analysis to tell me which capital would give me the best ROI on this project? And we may say, well, look, actually, if you use the treasury bonds, there's a program that the California governor's office has that will give you a discount and a tax advantage. So you should do that because you're going to get an extra 30% tax advantage, right? And so we actually end up providing a lot of technical assistance to building owners who don't need our capital, but they just need advice to kind of do the right thing. But we do create what is called a community advisory board, which is a convening of local leaders, including financial institutions, that again provide a second layer of advice and support that are residents of Menlo Park who will be there to answer questions, concerns. If we run into any hiccups, they are there to serve as an intermediary to ensure the proper functioning of the program for the entire 15 years. So that's set up in Ithaca, that's set up in New York, in Oakland. Everywhere we do business, we have those advisory boards to fulfill this particular issue. And I think there's some white papers about it that the city of New York has put out, and Lorene Powell Jobs team has put out as well.
No, and thanks for that answer. And I appreciate getting more insight to sort of those macro level protections. Again, my concern would be that like, if someone's signing something that obligates them for 15 years, like a very specific analysis of someone saying, well, this is your job stability history, this is the additional debt that you have, like, right, that this person has, and this how this fits into that whole picture. And it seems to me that it's something that's absent. And it would be good to see it. It would be good to see a scenario where for those residents that are, and I do appreciate what you're saying, a lot of residents won't engage and won't need the financing, but where someone is obligating, making a personal obligation of 15 years, it would be nice to have some scenario where someone is doing an analysis of them specifically, like, right, and I'm not saying an in-depth analysis, I know that doesn't scale, but someone is saying that, like, yeah, this may be right for you based on your financial situation, based on your employment history, or someone saying that, like, hey, taking on this additional debt, taking on this 15-year obligation may not be the best financial, because again, there are two things going on here, right? There is the goal in which we are committed to, like, right, which is reducing the use of carbon and the effects. But I also don't want to engage in a situation where we're putting residents in financially precarious situations, and that they're
Absolutely.
taking on financial responsibilities that they really shouldn't be taking on. So, but I've said that, and I know the mayor's looking at me saying, "Hey, we need to move on," which is totally valid. But Mr. Baer, thank you, really exciting to get the presentation.
Thank you. I really love the idea of an independent technical assistance committee, and we would certainly commit to finding a way to explore setting that up for Menlo Park so that citizens could get that advice, almost like a ratings agency or like a micro ratings agency. That's a very, very good idea.
Could you, thank you for the question. And I was actually looking because I was wondering, I believe there's also another little complexity to that, and that's the utility rates. And that in fact, some of this will, actually, Mr. Baird, could you explain how this may actually also be saving people money with the utilities? And so that will also enter into the consideration about the financing.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Absolutely. So in block power projects, what we're looking to do is to reduce the overall energy consumption. A lot of the technology that we're installing is kind of like a silver bullet, because it can reduce energy consumption by 40, 50, even 70%. And so if you have a home that's using fossil fuels currently, and we upgrade it, we are able to generate significant energy consumption savings in that home. That home is now more efficient post sustainability upgrade, and can generate some cash savings. And those savings are what we are using to pay off the block power lease. Another element that I would add is we don't want to increase folks' indebtedness. And so it is a lease, it is not a loan. And so in the event of default, for example, we're not coming to take the house as collateral because there's no debt on the balance sheet that's been added to the homeowner. It is a lease, just like you lease a car. And we've had to work very hard with our lenders in order to get them to agree to that. But we don't want to be in the business of increasing the indebtedness of partner cities and building owners. And so figuring out how to finance according to the future projected energy savings of an individual building. It took us 4 years to convince Goldman Sachs to let us do that, but that is the kind of innovation in our model.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Willison.
Thank you, Mayor Nash, and thank you so much, Mr. Baird. This is a really exciting night for us. When we've been talking about decarbonization, the way I've been thinking about it is it needs to be feasible, affordable, and equitable. And I love how Block Power has kind of figured out those pieces as well, and how the program before us tonight addresses those. A personal note, I have been inspired to try to decarbonize my own home. And I had 5 different companies, installers come out to give quotes on HVAC systems. And first of all, the price range was humongous. And then just that hassle factor of being a layperson trying to navigate the complexities, and that was just for the HVAC, not even for insulation and stove and all the other pieces. So that the one-stop shop that allows people not in the same position that I'm at, which is one definitely of privilege, but who need the financing, who need the technical guidance, and especially with the focus on equity and developing a local workforce, is just really thrilling. And so I just want to thank you for your innovative program that you've put together. I do appreciate the questions posed by my colleagues, because in a sense, almost sounds too good to be true. So I do honor their kind of hard-hitting questions. And I guess I have some questions for just how we would develop this. These are more for staff, or considerations as you work hopefully with Block Power in the future. Just kind of what are our ways of recourse for residents. It sounds like there is, backing through warranties and banks and everything. But if we do get unsatisfied residents, they'll call Block Power, but they'll probably also call us. And kind of how are we building in those considerations up front? Also, because the market is so uncertain, and this might be a question for Mr. Baird. Like I said, the prices I got for installing HVAC, electric HVAC in my home were so varied. I mean, 2x was kind of at least the difference between some of the bids. So just kind of, if I were a resident and trying to decide whether to go out and spend my own time to do the research on vendors or to go to Block Power. And again, this speaks to kind of Menlo Park endorsing a vendor over others. How can we feel good as city leaders directing people to you in terms of pricing? How do you set your price? Like, do you think you're going to be with the discounts, bulk discounts? Obviously, you have a lot of other whistles and bells, but how do you kind of catch that market price so that we feel like we're not funneling people? And this is I'm not saying you're doing this but towards a ripoff or something, which I don't at all think you're doing, but just so we can feel good about, again, endorsing and putting our seal of approval on this, if you can address that.
Yeah, no, I mean, look, I think these are all really wonderful questions, and we don't take any offense at all. This is important diligence and detailed work that you guys are doing. You're asking all of the right questions. I mean, if you have 5 bids and they're kind of all over the place, what we would do, our role is to read all 5 bids and say, look, we really think it's these 2 bids that are the ones that you should focus on. The rest are too high or too low. It means the contractor doesn't know what they're doing. They're not trustworthy. They don't have a track record. And so we would tell you to focus on these 2 and ask them to come back out. And we're happy to send over a representative to join them on the walkthrough and help you decide which contractor you should move forward with. And should you need a lease or an equipment recommendation, we would provide that. So we are not a contractor, right? We're not looking to install the work ourselves. We're looking to help guide you in that decision. And if you need technical assistance or financial underwriting or a lease, then we can help to provide that for free. Our job is to maintain the trust of the city and the trust of every individual building owner. So we're a platform to help guide and connect stakeholders into these transactions. Does that help, or does not really answer?
Your answer raised more questions. So if I'm a resident and I want to decarbonize, am I calling up or filling out the online form for Block Power, and then Block Power is saying, go call this guy and he's going to come out? Or is my role of the resident to call a bunch of guys and then to say, hey, which one's the best? Or walk me through what it looks like from the resident's perspective.
Well, every resident is different. You may have a guy or a gal that you like to use in your home, right? Everybody's home is sacred and people have different approaches. And so you may have someone that you want to use that you trust, that you've worked with in the past. And you may come to us and say, hey, Block Power, me and my trusted contractor want to decarbonize our home. They're really good at heating and air conditioning. They don't know much about solar or roof replacement. Could you find them a partner solar company and roof company? And so we would find you a partner for that. Or there may be another homeowner who's just like, I don't have a trusted contractor. And so I had 5 people come over, and could you review these 5? Or you may be a homeowner who says, I just want to type in my address into blockpower.io, and I just want you to send me somebody that you trust, that you guys will stand behind, and that the city of Menlo Park feels good about. And so we can do that. So, when you're talking about decarbonizing hundreds and thousands of buildings, there's a lot of different scenarios. that emerge, our job is to be a flexible provider of the resources that are needed to make a decision and to implement the project. And so we provide wraparound. Because we provide digital first turnkey services, we can be super flexible and basically fit into whatever decision-making process is being made by an individual family for their home. Our job is to be flexible and insert ourselves if we're needed. And if we're not needed, to just kind of move on to the next project where we are needed. So the answer is all of the above. And that's how we have retrofitted 5,000 homes in New York City.
Okay, that was really helpful. Thank you. Question or some direction for staff too around the issue of displacement and having retrofits done and then rents being raised. I noticed that Block Parent noted that in their information about kind of a line about something in the contract. But I just wonder with the state of California and our laws, that would be something really important to check into. And then also for staff, there's something in there about reporting. And I think it's, Block Power is going to give the sustainability department quarterly information or reporting, but the council would get it yearly. Or I would love for that to, especially in the beginning, to be turned up either, quarterly for council or at least informational items, or at least twice a year or something. So we can know how many are happening. Also to track the rents, if that does become an issue of rents being raised, or I don't know how we would do that, but those are areas that I'd be interested in making sure we are thinking about and looking into. And other than that, I think my colleagues asked a lot of the questions that I had. I'm really excited about the workforce potential with potentially job train and San Mateo City Community Colleges. And I just it's really exciting to see the action on climate happening. So I'm ready. Let's go.
Thank you. Councilmember Taylor, do you have any questions or comments?
Thank you, Mayor Nash. Actually, all the questions I had have already been asked and answered. So thank you. And thank you for the presentation, Mr. Baird.
Thank you, council member.
Thank you. And yes, I'm very excited. I see this as a huge benefit to residents and to not just with the climate implications and the benefits, but also just with health benefits for every resident who changes from gas to electric. Personally, I had no idea as my kids were growing up and we had a gas stove. We actually moved from electric to gas because gas was so much better for cooking. And I had no idea all that, basically the poisons that it was putting out in the air. And I think that now that we do know, whatever we can do to help have a healthier population, I'm really excited about this. I'm especially excited for people who are in, with smaller homes, those risks increase because you have the gases are in a smaller space. So this is known to have there's studies that show the positive effects on people with asthma and how the rates are reduced. And I think it's very, very exciting. I'm also really excited that people who switch to heat pumps have an opportunity to have air conditioning. That just, it comes with the heat pumps. It's part of the technology. And especially as our last summer was much hotter, and we've had a little inkling of it this summer, that this actually gives people the opportunity to have air conditioning in a climate friendly way and at the same part of this whole package. So I'm very, very excited about it. I guess it sounds like Councilmember Mueller.
I just a couple follow up on other people's questions. So one other question I have is, how do we get divorced? Like, what happens if at some point we don't want to be in partnership anymore, especially when there's been money raised on the basis of the representation of the relationship?
Yeah, I think you know, our contract with the city of Ithaca has a decent model for this. I think, you know, it asks for something like a 24-month period to test out the relationship and test out the program. If it, you know, if it doesn't work, then there's an option to exit. I think a nominal termination fee of like $10,000 or something like that, which is some kind of legal requirement. Our job is to like create value for cities that are trying to decarbonize. There's 300 cities around the country that are trying to think their way through this, and we're proud that Menlo Park is considering working with us as one of the you know, the first cities in the country to do this, and certainly a larger city than Ithaca, and in a city that has such influence over the entire globe and such connectivity over the entire globe. So our view would be in the public-private partnership MOU or language, or however this gets structured, that there would be explicit exit language that indicates that after a period of time there would be review, certainly monthly or quarterly reporting to the mayor and the city council and to the staff, and kind of things need to work for you guys, and so you would not be bound. I believe, and I don't want to speak for staff, I believe that if capital was raised, it would probably go into like a nonprofit or a local holding company that the city had visibility into. And so there would probably be an agreement around what would happen to those resources in the event of termination. But ideally, were something like that to occur, there would be other firms or partners by that point who could step in and continue the work with the resources that resources that are raised to decarbonize Menlo Park are going to be for decarbonizing Menlo Park, right? And so whether it's us or another intermediary or both, those funds certainly should stay dedicated to the city.
Awesome. Thank you. I really appreciate that. And then the last sort of question I have is if whether or not you'd be open to it, and it's to address Councilmember Combs's concerns about the marketplace. Back, I think, it was all the way back, I think in 2014, in that time period, there was a model created where people could do clean energy retrofits to their homes, borrowing against their mortgage. And there was a big fight with Fannie Mae and all of that. But different entities came to the council, and at that time, the way we dealt with it was we said we were going to create a clearinghouse on the website that would list all the companies who wanted to partner with to be recognized by the city for that. And so my question to you is, are you comfortable with the city listing you on the website, but then also inviting others? But then under that, because what's different in this circumstance than that was that they were actually the providers, whereas you're the platform. Would you be comfortable with us listing all of the different contractors who you work with? So if there are other contractors who want to list their services, they can do it there.
Yeah, 100%. So we have a request for information that we will send out to every installer and contractor, with your permission. But this is what we're doing in Ithaca. This is what we've done in New York and Milwaukee and Oakland. We will call and email and mail every installer within a 50-mile radius that might be interested in doing work in Menlo Park, and create a directory that's available for homeowners across Menlo Park to review. That directory would need to be reviewed by you all to make sure, for example, if they were contractors who had a disfavorable status with the city because they violated an agreement or messed up a project or something like that, that list would need to be reviewed by you all. But there would be an RFI, you all would review the RFI. There'd be a list of contractors, you all would review that, and we would list literally everyone. Now, what we would want to do is differentiate between the folks who were certified by the manufacturers for excellent decarbonization work, because manufacturers want to work with contractors who have been certified for that specific manufacturer. So for example, a Mitsubishi manufacturer wants to make sure that the contractor that they're providing a warranty for has been trained on how to install Mitsubishi equipment alongside of Dacon. And so we would want to specify, I'd imagine, that contractors are certified to work on this program, but there is a template RFI that we could use. And just one other comment on the marketplace. If we were going to embed 5 to 7 graduate students inside the city's permitting department, they would be supervised by the city and they would move all projects forward expeditiously, not just ours, right? Like they would be there to support the work of that department overall, and hopefully a rising tide lifts all boats. But in our view, we shouldn't have a most favored nation status where, you know, that resource would be a resource that's provided to the city, and the city is going to determine how best to utilize it for which projects, and there shouldn't be an advantage, right, with those folks. So we try to be we try to play pretty straight down the middle on some of these items.
Okay, and so as long as you're open to a public clearinghouse, that's great, because that's how I think that someone addresses it. I do want to be, I think it is, and this isn't, first off, thank you for staying up so late on the East Coast.
We have a newborn, so this is early for us.
Oh, congratulations.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Thank you.
So, and this is all really exciting, but the one thing I do want to just say to staff is that when you do come back to us with the item, do give us a realistic expectation of what the supervision is going to cost for the graduate students, because look, let's be real clear. We're going to make an investment in this if we're going forward. Like, I don't think there's an expectation it's free. So we should know what that cost is for that supervision up front, and rather than have it just pretend like it's not really there. So, but anyway, I appreciate the answers to that. And I feel a lot more peace now knowing that any money raised will, regardless of whether or not, for whatever reason, there's a separation, stays with the city. So that's great to hear. I've been really impressed with your presentation tonight. I'm really excited about moving forward with you also. Thank you.
We're looking forward to continuing.
Thank you so much. And I'm looking to Interim City Manager Murphy for exactly what you're looking for at this point. It sounds like we have support of council. What else is needed? And thank you so much, Mr. Baird.
Yes, I know I can double check with Sustainability Manager Lucky, but I don't believe that we need anything else this evening. So there's quite a bit of work that would need to be done to move this forward, but I think that's what we're looking for tonight. It's just confirmation the council does want us to spend time on this for the next steps.
Thank you very much. Okay. So the next item is public comment. And under public comment, the public may address the city council on any subject not listed on the agenda. Each speaker may address the city council once under public comment for a limit of 3 minutes. Please clearly state your name and address or political jurisdiction in which you live. The city council cannot act on items not listed on the agenda, and therefore the city council cannot respond to non-agenda issues brought up under public comment other than to provide general information. I will call for public comment at the appropriate time for members of the public to address the council on any item under agenda sections, consent calendar, regular business, information reports. City Clerk Karen, please call for general public comment.
Thank you, Mayor Nash. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to speak on an item not on tonight's agenda, please engage that hand feature in the bottom of your screen. If you're calling in from a landline or a cell phone, please press *9 now. And our first speaker will be Adina Levin.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Adina Levin. I'm on the Complete Streets Commission. I will be speaking for myself, but we'll also do a little bit of reporting relating to Complete Streets Commission, and also affiliated with the nonprofit Friends of Caltrain, which supports successful modernization of Caltrain, including grade separations on the Peninsula Corridor. As the City Council may know, back in March, the Metropolitan Transportation Commission recommended a package of projects all around the region for a potential application for federal funding from the Federal Infrastructure Act. And that includes a set of 6 projects, grade separation projects on the Peninsula Corridor to compete for up to $8 billion in federal funding. Unfortunately for Menlo Park, this did not include the Menlo Park grade separation project. I did some inquiries and found out that the project, which the City Council had created a preferred alternative back in 2019, but then went back and wanted to consider a fully elevated alternative and then suspended that for COVID. Our project had been deemed inactive, and also our project was in an earlier stage of development than the other projects in San Mateo County that were recommended by the San Mateo County Transportation Authority, where MTC was going to the different counties. So the federal funding is really a very rare opportunity to have funding to help us with these major projects. We have not permanently lost out here in that MDC staff says that they're going to be annual calls for projects. So we have an opportunity to increase our level of readiness to qualify for design funding, or potentially even within the 5 years construction funding. Some other projects in other counties are in earlier stages than we are, so we may be able to move up in the queue. I would really like to encourage the City of Menlo Park to dust off the grade separation project and work on getting this ready for design funding and potentially construction funding in our planning in the coming year. The Complete Streets Commission, I will report, had supported the council's preferred alternative, and moving forward with this project, I will report from the commission. So thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. So this will be the final call for public comment for items not on tonight's agenda. Seeing no further hands raised, Mayor Nash, you may continue.
Thank you. And thank you, Ms. Levin, for your comment about the grade separations. It's very important. Consent calendar. Under the consent calendar, the City Council may take action to approve routine business items in one motion unless a council member, city staff member, or a member of the public requests that an item be discussed or continued to a later date. City Clerk Herron, please call for public comment on the consent calendar.
Thank you, Mayor Nash. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to speak on our consent calendar item, I-1 City Council minutes, I-2 a resolution adoption for continuing conducting City Council and advisory body meetings remotely, I-3 increased compensation for interim city manager services, I-4 authorize the mayor to join the Race to Zero, I-5 authorizing the city manager to enter into a contract with Dudek, I-6 adopting a resolution accepting and appropriating a San Mateo County Summer 2022 Enrichment Grant, or I-7 receive and file of the 2021 Priorities Work Plan as of March 31st of 2022. Please engage that hand feature in the bottom of your screen. If you're calling in from a landline or a cell phone, please press *9. And this will be the final call for public comment on our consent calendar items, I-1 through I-7. Seeing no hands raised, Mayor Nash, you may continue.
Thank you. Is there any City Council discussion or questions on the consent calendar? Is there a motion and second on the table to approve the consent calendar?
I move approval of the consent calendar.
I'll second.
Thank you. City Clerk Karen, please state the motion and call for the vote.
Thank you, Mayor Nash. I have a motion on the floor by Vice Mayor Willison and a second by City Council Member Combs to approve the consent calendar. Any further City Council question or discussion? Seeing none by roll call vote, City Council Member Combs,
Yes.
City Council Member Mueller,
Yes.
City Council Member Taylor,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Willison,
Yes.
Mayor Nash,
Yes.
and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you. Under regular business, the City Council considers recommendations from city staff on policy matters or administrative actions that require City Council approval. The first regular business item is receive and file report on labor relations and receive public input on upcoming labor relations with Menlo Park Police Sergeants Association. To introduce the item is Interim Human Resources Manager Kristen Stubbe. We can't hear you.
Hear me now?
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor Nash and members of the City Council. We're here today to kick off Police Sergeants Association negotiations. This is a procedural action that's specified by City Council Procedure CC-11-0001, which requires us to collect public input at the start of any labor negotiations. So I don't have a formal presentation for you this evening. However, I am available to answer any questions in case there's a need to clarify any of the information that's within the staff report. So I will remain here as you take public comment and discuss and can answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. City Clerk Heron, could you please call for public comment on this item?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Nash. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to speak on item J1, receive and file report on labor relations and receive public input on upcoming labor negotiations with the Menlo Park Police Sergeants Association, to engage that hand feature in the bottom of your screen. If you're calling in from a landline or a cell phone, please press *9. This will be the final call for public comment on regular business item J1. Seeing no hands raised, Mayor Nash, you may continue.
Thank you. We are now open for City Council discussion. Are there any comments? Is there a motion and a second on the table?
Would the motion be that we've received the report? Is
Yes.
that okay? Yeah, well, I move that we receive the report.
Thank you. And
I'll second that unless Councilmember Mueller wants to.
thank you. City Clerk Heron, please state the motion and call for the vote.
Thank you. So I have a motion on the floor by City Council Member Combs and a second by Vice Mayor Willison to receive and file a report on employee compensation and received public input on upcoming labor negotiations with the Menlo Park Police Sergeants Association. Any further City Council question or discussion? Seeing none by roll call vote, City Council Member Combs,
Yes.
City Council Member Mueller,
Yes.
City Council Member Taylor,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Willison,
Yes.
Mayor Nash,
Yes.
and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
The next regular business item is J2, adopt resolutions authorizing the issuance of 2022 general obligation refunding bonds and 2022 general obligation bonds for the purpose of renovating and expanding the city's parks and recreation facilities and approving related documents. To introduce the item is Interim Finance Director Marvin Davis.
Good afternoon, council, members of the public and staff. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. The item that you have tonight is the request for refunding of the 2012 general obligation bonds, as well as issuance of the remaining Measure T debt. And what we're going to do is, after I'll give a brief overview of the staff report, I will introduce Wincy, our financial advisor, as well as Chris, our bond counsel, and they will present an overview for the council. And so just a little background, obviously on the debt issuance, the Measure T authorized $38 million to be issued in order to improve parks and recreation. And the city has issued thus far all of it except 14.1 million. And in addition to that, there's a refunding of the 2012. The advisors recommend that now the city can capitalize on necessary savings in order to do the refunding. Before you, obviously, there's a lot of documents that are required to be executed in order to effectuate both transactions. There are two transactions. In addition, the new projects associated with the new funding have been enumerated for you in attachment J. And so essentially it's just you have two transactions. You have a refunding as well as new issuance. The refunding transaction is through a single lender, Cabot, and the actual transaction is through an underwriter, Bank of America. Staff did go out through the consultants with an RP to about seven, we went after about seven possible underwriters. And we decided on Bank of America due to circumstances in the sale. And so what I'll do is I'll turn it over to Wincy, and Chris also will be able to go into some of the details of the presentation. We will be available for questions and things of this nature after the presentation. So thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Nash and City Council members. I'm Chris Lynch from Jones Hall, and I'm joined by Wing C. Fox, who works at Urban Futures, who's acting as the city's municipal advisor. My firm works as the city's bond counsel and disclosure counsel. As Mr. Davis mentioned tonight, staff is recommending that the City Council adopt two resolutions. Can I ask for the slide to be moved forward? Perfect, thank you. Staff is recommending that the City Council adopt two resolutions related to the Measure T general obligation bond measure that was approved by the city's voters in November of 2001. The first resolution would approve the issuance of refunding bonds and related documents to refinance the city's outstanding 2012 general obligation refunding bonds. As Wing C will explain, the refinancing will produce debt service savings to the city and as a result, lower property taxes for the city's property taxpayers. Staff is recommending that the resolution on file with the clerk be revised to add a new sentence at the end of the first paragraph of section 3, which would read, the refunding bonds may be sold as federally tax exempt bonds or federally taxable bonds. The purpose of this new sentence is to preserve the city's ability to issue the refunding bonds as federally taxable bonds if necessary to comply with federal tax law, as long as savings will be achieved. We expect to wrap up our federal tax law due diligence over the next 24 hours and hope we'll be able to issue the bonds as federally tax exempt bonds. The second resolution will approve the issuance of a second series of general obligation bonds and related documents. This series of bonds will provide funds to pay for the costs of acquisition or construction of parks or recreation facilities. As Mr. Davis mentioned, attachment J to the staff report lists the likely improvements to be financed, although I know council approval will be required before final projects are selected. Would you mind changing the slide, and Wing C will take it from there.
Thank you, Chris. Good evening, members of the City Council. Just a
quick overview of the Measure T General Obligation Bond Program. Measure T was authorized in 2002 for the issuance of 38 million in general obligation bonds to renovate and expand the city's parks and recreation facilities. Included in the ballot measure was a not to exceed or maximum tax rate of $14 per 100,000 of assessed value or AV, or $140 per 1 million in AV. In 2002, 13.245 million in GO bonds were issued, and then in 2012, the 2002 bonds were refunded for savings. In 2009, an additional 10.44 million were issued for projects, and then in 2019, those bonds, the 2009 bonds, were refunded for savings. As Chris mentioned, this evening, the council is considering issuing the final remaining authorization of 14.315 million of new money proceeds for additional projects under Measure T. I'm also considering the refunding of the 2012 refunding bonds for additional savings. Next slide, please. So Capital One is the current owner of the 2012 refunding bonds. And in negotiating with them, Capital One has agreed to accelerate the ability to refund those bonds to an April 14th closing. And they've offered to purchase the 2022 general obligation refunding bonds that would refund those 2012 refunding bonds at a lower interest rate and at a premium. So the old rate is 3.75%. That would be refunded to a new interest rate of 2.715%. This does assume issuance of tax-exempt bonds. This results in approximately 358,000 in net present value savings, or 6% of refunded par, which is healthy savings percentage, and savings are net of all professional fees included in the refinancing. I'll hand it back over to Chris.
The refunding bond resolution approves the legal documents that are required to issue and pay debt service on the refunding bonds. There are only a couple of documents because the bonds are expected to be sold at a private placement to Capital One. The documents include a paying agent agreement, which appoints the Bank of New York Mellon Trust Company as paying agent for the bonds. The document also lays out the terms of the bonds and the method by which the bonds are repaid. There's also a document called Irrevocable Refunding Instructions, which instructs the Bank of New York as paying agent for the 2012 bonds that are being refunded, how to apply the monies to accomplish the refinancing. And then the resolution also approves the financing team, specifically Wing C's firm as municipal advisor and our firm as bond counsel to the city. Next slide.
So in terms of the 2022 general obligation bonds, to issue the remaining authorization of the 14.315 million to finance parks and recreation facilities. Some of the intended projects that are listed in attachment J of the packet include the Menlo Park Community Camps, Willow Oaks Park, Burgess Park, and others. A recommended bond structure to achieve the lowest overall interest is to issue the new money bonds with a final maturity in 2039 that matches the final maturity of the 2019 outstanding bonds. So that's 17 years, as well as to issue them with a level debt service. Under current market conditions, we estimate that the true interest cost for the borrowing will be approximately 3.35%, and that total payment through the final maturity of the bonds will be approximately 22.15 million. How does that translate into a tax rate per 100,000 of AV? Since we are issuing level debt service and we anticipate AV to increase over time, the max rate would be immediately after a full year of debt service on the new bonds, which right now we estimate to go up to 858 per 100,000 of AV. And again, that's inclusive of the outstanding 2019 bonds. And then we anticipate that the tax rate would decrease over time as debt service remains level and AV increases over time to a minimum of approximately $5.13 per 100,000 of AV. If you average that out, that's equals $6.69 per 100,000 in AV. Next slide.
The second resolution that the council is being asked to approve tonight relates to the new money bonds that will finance the acquisition and construction of new parks and recreation facilities. Because as Mr. Davis previously explained, the bonds are expected to be sold in a public offering. There's an additional participant in this transaction, the bond underwriter, which is B of A Securities. Subject to the conditions outlined in the bond purchase agreement, which is attached to the staff report as attachment I, B of A Securities will purchase all of the bonds at agreed upon interest rates, principal amounts, and maturity dates. These publicly sold new money bonds involve a few different documents than the private placement refunding. There are 2 custody agreements with the Bank of New York. Under those documents, the bank will hold financing proceeds to pay costs of issuing the bonds and pay project costs. There's the bond purchase agreement I just mentioned. And then there's a preliminary official statement, which is a disclosure document that will be distributed to potential investors, and a continuing disclosure certificate under which the city will agree to update on an annual basis certain information that was included in the preliminary official statement and to disclose certain significant events when they occur. There's a few paragraphs devoted in the staff report to describing the federal securities laws that govern the preliminary official statement. The requirement is that it include all material facts about the bonds and the security for the bonds. Material means any information a reasonable investor would consider in making the decision to buy or sell the bonds. So in this case, the general obligation bonds are payable from property taxes levied on property in Menlo Park. So the preliminary official statement focuses on the key features of taxable properties: assessed value, land use, concentration of ownership, and delinquency history. The preliminary official statement also provides information about the city's general fund, largely for the benefit of rating agencies, but the bonds are not payable from the city's general fund, only from the property taxes levied on properties in the city. Please let Wing C and me know, or any members of the staff, if you have any questions about the preliminary official statement or any other documents. Wing C.
Thanks, Chris. Next slide, please. So in summary, we anticipate that after the full authorization is issued, the remaining $14.315 million for these 2022 general obligation bonds, we will be well under the $14 per 100,000 in AV tax rate included in the ballot measure. Again, at an estimated $8.58 per 100,000 of AV. If council approves the resolution this evening, the next step is to meet with the rating agency on Thursday and close the refunding, as well as receive the rating a week after that, post the preliminary official statement that Chris just described, have the bond pricing the week after posting, and then close the bond transaction the week of May 9th, at which point the project proceeds will be delivered for project spending. And that concludes our presentation. We're happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. City Clerk Herron, could you please call for public comment on this item?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Nash. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on item J2, which is adopt resolutions authorizing the issuance of the 2022 general obligation refunding bonds and the 2022 general obligation bonds for the purpose of renovating and expanding the city's park and recreation facilities and approving related documents, please engage that hand feature in the bottom of your screen. If you're calling in from a landline or a cell phone, please press *9 now. And our first speaker will be Pam Jones.
Good evening, Pamela Jones, resident of the Bellhaven neighborhood in District 1. I couldn't be more unhappy about having my taxes raised, except that when I look at the Parks and Recreation Master Plan, and I see that the Willow Oaks Park has had the least amount of work, renovation, and services after the Bellhaven multi-generational community campus. So with that in mind, I think it is important for us to take care of our open space. And as we move forward and we look at the projects that we'll work on, it really is nicely laid out in the Parks and Recreation Master Plan. And I really want to see every park, every community have its fair share. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. So this will be the final call for public comment on regular business item J2. Seeing no further hands raised, Mayor Nash, you may continue.
Thank you. We are now open for city council discussion. Councilmember Vice Mayor Willison.
Thank you. And so I appreciate you, staff or the bond people. Thank you for presenting the impact on residents' bills then. I know there's a min and a max and an average per 100,000 that you gave, but what's the delta between, if you can tell us, between what people are paying now on the bond and what they can expect to pay with the passage of this new money? Or and like, it sounds like it's a little bit of a refinancing is the way I'm thinking about the old money. But just so we can set expectations for our constituents on what their bills look like.
Would you like me to address that question? So the county publishes a tax rate, property tax rate by tax rate area every year. And so if you look on the county website, you can see that in fiscal year 1920, the tax rate for this bond program was $6.50 per 100,000 AV. And then in 2021, it was $8 per 100,000 in AV. And then this most recent fiscal year, 21-22, it was $3.70 at $100,000 in AV. And you see the fluctuations because there's various factors that contribute to what ultimately gets levied. The AV growth, the AV for that year, delinquencies, if there was a prior levy that was higher than expected, then the current year might be lower than the debt service because there is money left over from the prior levy. So various factors do factor into that. If we're going off of the most recent $3.70, then we're anticipating about $4.50 additional to get to about the $8.50 of AV. And again, we expect that then to go down over time, given a conservative assumption of 4% growth in AV.
That exactly answered my question. Thank you very much.
Can I just piggyback off that question though? I mean, so what if, property values just like tank? Like, so there's less $100,000 out there for you to assess. Like, how does that, like, because you have a maximum, but it seems as though, like, again, what if there's, and I know we're talking about like a black swan event, but I'm just curious, like what happens? Because to me, it would seem like you couldn't set a maximum in theory.
That's a great question. Thank you. And Chris can also weigh in, but yes, legally, because these are unlimited tax general obligation bonds, you do need to levy enough to pay debt service. Again, right now we're well under even the ballot measure language of $14 per 100,000 AV. So you really have to have a huge drop. But yes, the backing on these bonds is an unlimited tax geo.
Yeah, I think we'll have bigger problems than this bond if it goes down that much. Thanks.
This is Chris Lynch from Jones Hall. It's also worth mentioning that the limitation on the $14 per 100,000 was at the time of issuance. We will not run afoul of the limit if assessed values go down and the relative tax rate goes up as a result, because it's measured at the time of issuance, not periodically through the life of the bonds.
So how many years will it take to pay off this bond?
Current structure recommended is to match the final maturity with the 2019 outstanding bonds. So that would be 2039.
So 2039 would be when it would be paid off?
August 1st, 2039.
So it's not just it's the it's the $4.50 per 100,000 until 2039. And what's the expected, can it be paid off quicker if the home values rise? Or does that, what's I should ask in the model, what's the expected appreciation in home value?
In terms of looking at the tax rate and estimating that minimum and maximum, we're assuming a conservative 4% growth in AV. The final maturity on the bonds is 2039. We will be able to refinance for savings, just like the city has done previously, expecting a 10-year par call. Typically, you would still match the final maturity. You would just have lower interest cost through 2039. But it's possible to shorten the final maturity as well.
So so if I'm doing this calculation, then it's like, so that's sorry. Does someone else have a question while I do the math in my head?
Councilmember Combs.
Yeah, first I wanted to thank Pam Jones for her comment in calling out Willow Oaks Park and highlighting that obviously some of these proceeds will go to that park, which has not been as maintained, I shall say, as some of the other parks in the city. My other question was around, I know that there was some discussion around the professional fees associated with, I think, the new bond, like, right, whether that gets added on in addition to whatever is the maximum, or whether it gets buried into what the maximum is. Can someone answer where we settled on that and what we're exactly doing? And my apologies if that was made clear and then I just missed it.
This is Chris Lynch from Jones Hall. I can tell you the issue, and I think I can let staff speak to the recommendation. The issue is that the statute itself is not absolutely clear how costs of issuing bonds are paid. The law allows the ordinance at the time the ballot measure was sent to the voters to provide for the payment of costs of issuance, and the 2001 ballot measure did provide for the payment of costs of issuing the bonds. There's two ways that the cost of issuance could be financed. One, it could be paid from the $38 million of project funds that are generated by the issuance of the bonds, which would just reduce the amount of monies that are available to pay the actual project costs, the hard costs of designing, building, and acquiring improvements. The second option is the law allows the bonds to be issued at a premium. In other words, the bond owners pay a little more than the principal amount of the bonds as for the purchase price, and to pay the premium, use the premium to pay the cost of issuance. The law is a little ambiguous and unclear as to which way is mandated or the best way of approaching it. It has been our experience that most issuers in California pay the costs from premium to maximize the amount of project fund monies that can go to the authorized projects. And I believe staff has recommended that that approach be taken here.
But if I can follow up, certainly the more conservative stance would be to bury those costs into that principal amount, right? That would be the more sort of, again, I appreciate you're saying either way is appropriate, and municipalities have done both, but the safest, most cautious, most conservative would be that we wouldn't sort of add on to that principle.
I agree that if you wanted to take the most cautious legal approach available, you would issue the maximum authorized principal remaining, the 14 million, I think it's 315, and then put that amount into the project fund, and you would pay first your cost of issuance, and then use the remaining proceeds to pay for project costs.
Councilmember Mueller.
Yeah, I just wanted to say to my colleagues, the last time we discussed this, I actually raised the issue that Sharon Park actually hasn't seen much in the way of general T obligation bond money. And when I do the calculation, it's a significant portion of money coming from District 5 and other portions of the city, District 4. Yet all of this money is slated, and some of these projects I see that are slated here are candidly seem like capital infrastructure projects. They're not what I would think of like a Measure T bond, where you're talking about adding a kitchen to the children's center or something of that nature. If as a taxpayer in the district that I'm in, if I'm going to be paying, and my district's going to be paying this much toward the payoff of the Measure T bond, I'm going to turn and look to my city council member and say, okay, what happened in any park that anyone in this district is going to use? And it's even more clear to me tonight as we do this, and I do the calculation of what the per family is going to be over 17 years of each household. I think there would be like, okay, well, what did we get for that? Right. I mean, and that's the same analysis I know that you're doing with Willow Oaks Park. But, we've seen we saw over at Nealon Park, and I love it, a state-of-the-art, play structure. And we're doing tremendous things in other parts of the city. We haven't done anything. And candidly, I would say, if it weren't but for the fact that I have Sharon Heights residents with projects that they want to do at that park, they keep coming to me with, and I keep saying, I'm trying to get council's attention with it. Tonight, I want to move forward with this, but I also want to say to you all again, we truly, if we're going to be doing this and you do the calculation as we're doing tonight, we have to do projects throughout the city with this money. Because otherwise, I think what you'll hear from residents is, well, what did we get for all of that Measure T investment and for our kids, or for my grandparents who go for a walk, or for the people who live in the multifamily housing dwellings in Sharon Heights who don't have yards. So I offer that all to you tonight to think about again. But what's been pointed out is we're not approving those projects tonight. They're just attached as part of the Exhibit J. I hope you guys will reconsider the next time we talk about this, I think we need to actually spread this money out, and some of these projects should come off the list, and we should fund some projects. So that's my pitch for my district. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Taylor, would you like to add anything?
No, thank you, Mayor Nash.
Is there any more discussion? And otherwise, is there a motion and a second on the table?
I actually did have one other question.
Certainly.
I apologize, Mayor Nash. It's the city manager. What happened if we don't do this tonight?
I may rely on some others as well, but there are a number of implications for that. So do you want me to start the process of enumerating those? The key one for sure overall, and the reason why we're in front of you with this for the bulk of it, is to continue progress on the Menlo Park Community Campus. That's the one project that is time sensitive, for which the council did express a strong desire to move forward. So that would be the first implication. I'll defer to others though on implications for the what's expected for tomorrow with the refunding and the upcoming bond placements.
Okay, the reason why I asked, and that's fine, that's enough. But the reason why I asked is because sometimes these items are reported in a vacuum, and it's not, if someone looks at it, they don't understand transparently what's happening. But that 8 million was so that we could go ahead and enjoy the $50 million, that was invested by Meta in that center, correct?
Yes, approximate numbers. I think it may be.
All right.
Yeah, exactly.
So I just want to make that clear so that if people are watching this at home and they're thinking, well, why the heck are they doing this? There's tremendous value to the city for us by us making this investment. So thank you.
I guess I also feel obligated to say that residents from across the city enjoy parks across the city. Certainly, they are not limited to parks in their own district. So while certainly there's appreciation of parks nearby one's home, I think that I hope that everyone is enjoying services throughout the city.
Mayor Nash, I'd say most people walk to the parks that they enjoy. I mean, there's a significant number, and that's why it's so important. Willow Oaks, I see Councilmember Combs shaking his head. I can tell you, in most people I know, when they go to the park, they actually go and see their neighbors who they know, and they interact with neighbors from the community, and they make that walk every day. It's actually a joke in the neighborhood that you can see the same people and meet someone new, and it's always, you know, people just walk to the park in their neighborhood. They're not, it's very rare that I go to Bedwell Bayfront Park, or even that or there has to be an event that takes me down to Burgess. I'm walking to the park that's closest to me to enjoy it.
I will just note, I'm at Burgess almost daily and see many members from District 5.
But that's to swim. That's an event. That's not going down to just go on your walk.
But that is paid for by Measure T.
I understand, but my point is though that there are people who want to enjoy parks in their neighborhood, and if they're going to pay that much, they want to make that investment. Not everybody's in the swim program in Menlo Park. It's a finite number of people who use it.
Thank you. Would there be a motion?
And just, we're okay as a council with the cost being added to the premium, right? Which is a staff recommendation, which is the default in the motion, correct?
Correct. That is a staff recommendation, the default, but as described, it could be done either way.
I'm comfortable with that too, but I just want to make sure that we at least brought it up. And I will say, just in line a little bit with what Councilmember Mueller was saying, I was some months ago at a 5-year-old's or 6-year-old's birthday party at Nealon Park for my daughter's kindergarten class, and one of the parents there had never been to Nealon Park before that party. He was like, I only go to Willow Oaks Park. And I was like, wait, how can you, we built this amazing Cadillac play structure and you have a kindergartner and you've never been to Nealon Park. I think he's probably the exception, but it is a thing that people only go to the parks that they can walk to.
Thank you. So your suggestion is the cost of issuance, I believe is what it's called, is in addition. Which way would you, are you proposing?
Well, the cost of issuance, how much is that figure? Again, can someone?
It's about $264,000.
So my stance with that would be that we bury that in the principle and we not add to it, because that's, I think, the most conservative and cautious approach. And so that would be my recommendation.
Is there any comment from any other council member or staff?
Not necessarily a comment, but if that is part of the council's motion, I would look to Chris Lynch from Jones Hall to itemize some of the amendments that would be needed to the documents. And I think he's prepared to do that this evening if that's the council's desire.
Thank you. Do you have more to add to that?
So this is Chris Lynch from Jones Hall. If the desire of the council is to pay the cost of issuance from the project fund, then we would need to address that either with a series of changes, or I'm suggesting just one additional sentence added to section 3.02 of the resolution that's attached as attachment D. And it would say, notwithstanding any other provision of the resolution.
Mr. Lynch, I'm going to pause you there. I withdraw the proposal. Let's stick with the default, which is the staff's recommendation to add it onto the top. And I'll make the motion.
I'm happy to second the motion.
Thank you. So I have a motion on the floor by City Council Member Combs and a second by Mayor Nash to adopt a resolution authorizing the issuance of 2022 general obligation refunding bonds and related documents and actions for the purpose of refinancing the city's 2012 general obligation refunding bonds in order to realize debt service savings for taxpayers in the cities, including the addition of a new sentence at the end of the first paragraph of Section 3. The refunding bonds may be sold as federally tax exempt bonds or federally taxable bonds, and adopt a resolution authorizing the issuance of the 2022 general obligation bonds and related documents and actions for the purpose of renovating and expanding the city's park and recreation facilities as approved by city voters in 2001. Any further city council question or discussion?
Yeah, I have another question, and I actually need staff to explain it because I need to do it for transparency purposes. So when we talked about this last time, we said we had to do the 8 million. We were committed to that so that we could enjoy the 50. But the excess over that, can you explain to me why we're going past the 8 million to take the full amount at this time? Because I think I remember there was discussion about there being some savings, but I have to say tonight, I'm a little concerned about doing it because I've been, so can we talk about why it makes sense now that we go past the 8 million?
Yes, I may tap some others to assist. And so I believe the Public Works Director, Nikki Nutgaya, may also be teeing up. So my recollection is that if we use a round number of 5 million additional, that if the city wanted to tap that remaining 5 million, this is the opportunity to do it. So it's almost like, technically, or there's an opportunity to tap it in the future, but as a practical matter, this time frame was the time to tap it in terms of the efficiencies of going out to the market. The second part was that there were indeed some projects from the Parks and Rec master plan identified. And so that's one where we haven't fully solidified what those exact projects will be. So we have an illustrative list from the Parks and Rec master plan that could be tapped and funded with these proceeds, but the council's action tonight does not commit to proceeding with those individual projects. We need to come back to the council through the CIP or other project approval process. So at that point in time, the council did identify that it was the kind of most efficient way to tap the Measure T funds and to deliver projects. So that's my recollection, and happy to see if the Public Works Director has any more specific recollections.
Yeah, I was specifically, is there a significant increase in costs at a later time if we wait to access the rest of the money? And that's what I'm trying to understand or want to be able to convey to people, because if I'm a taxpayer right now, I'm thinking, so you need the 8, why'd you take the extra?
And if I could just add I remember that discussion. I mean, it was a political decision in the sense of it was a decision of this body and not something that came from staff. And it was mostly related to the idea that we felt that there were Parks and Rec projects which were teed up and could make use of these funds and would better assure that they actually happened. And so I remember that discussion because I came in very clearly on one side of that, that it was, again, there were these cost savings in connection with the additional 5 million, but mostly it was driven by the idea that there were specific projects, right? And this was a way to better ensure that they actually happened.
If there's no true savings as opposed to doing it now as opposed to later, then I actually do have concerns going past the 8 million. Because I have to tell you, folks, I've been talking to people, and inflation really is hitting people incredibly hard right now. And the cost of gas is hitting people incredibly hard right now. So for us to be raising taxes past the 8 million, what's required of the 8 million actually gives me cause for concern right now. I met a gentleman who lives in a home, who told me right now he's choosing between food and gas. And so and he's rollerblading around rather than drive his car. So I really need to understand what the cost savings is if we're going to go past the 8 million.
Ms. Nagaya.
Thank you, Mayor Nash and City Council members. Nikki Nagaya, Public Works Director for the city. I just wanted to confirm that my recollection closely matched what Mr. Murphy described earlier from the August 17th, 2021 City Council meeting, where we had a request for direction on how to proceed with the Measure T bond issuance for input from the council. And in terms of the cost of the additional $5 million, I think the main point that the council had debated at the time was the cost to actually go out and procure the bonds, which I'm remembering off the top of my head to be order of magnitude about $250,000. And so there was discussion about whether it was most cost effective to do one issuance for the full remaining amount, or piece that over time in the future. And in the context of there being parks projects in the Parks and Recreation Master Plan that the council had identified wanting to proceed, I think that to Councilmember Combs's point earlier, that was the primary driver of the discussion that evening, that the council did provide direction to proceed with the full remaining amount, and for staff to proceed with using funds towards the projects that are currently in the capital improvement program. That's the Menlo Park Community Campus, Willow Oaks Park improvements, the Burgess Park Playground, and then to come back to the council for further discussion before we finalize the plans for the remaining funds. And so that's to the point in the documents tonight. We've identified one potential project that's listed as a high priority in the Parks and Recreation Master Plan, but we we had committed to returning to the council before we program that in the CIP and begin any work, so that the council can make the decision about how to spend the remaining proceeds from the bond.
Okay, so I'm going to ask if we can bifurcate it, so for the 8 million first and then for the rest. So a vote on the two.
But so Councilmember Mueller, my question then is what makes the 8 million more valid than the rest? The 8 million delivers the pool in association with the community center. But if I'm some person who never uses the pool or any of the pools, then your decision to prioritize the pool over a play structure that my kid could use, I would say is false.
We've already committed to it. I can't go back in time past this. That was committed to prior to December of last year. It's already been committed to, like, so, I mean, is it, I turn to staff. I mean, that's why I asked staff, do we have to take the 8 million? And the answer is, we're committed to the 8 million now, right, Mr. Murphy?
Yes, the city's pretty committed to the 8 million in terms of other ways of identifying that 8 million. Are there options there potentially? Yeah, but effectively we're pretty committed. Yeah.
So, but circumstances have changed since August to the things that we have not committed to yet. And for me, that's why I'm asking for a bifurcated vote. So what I'd say is the first part of the vote is I'm willing to go ahead tonight and vote for $8 million. And then beyond that, I'm probably going to vote no, but you guys can go ahead and up and do the rest.
But can we even do that? This whole is already set up for us to take the full 14 million. Well, that's how this is all set up. There is no B option where we just take the 8 million that has been put before us.
We can certainly we can't turn to the folks who prepared it and say only prepare it for 8. I'm sure we can.
They haven't done that work. Well, we can ask them, but
right.
That hasn't been done.
I'm looking at the mayor. I'm just seeing if the mayor would like me to respond, but I do see that our financial financial advisor has her hand raised, and so I would like to, if possible, recognize Ms. Fox.
Please, Ms. Fox.
Thank you. I did want to just provide a little bit of market input, and I think everyone knows that the market's been extremely volatile, and we've seen a huge jump in interest rates, high inflation. So just to give you a sense, since the first of this year, the 5-year municipal market data, which is the benchmark for tax-exempt municipal bonds, has increased by 160 basis points, which is 1.6%. From a 0.6% to a 2.2%, and the 10-year has increased 138 basis points from 1.04% to 2.42%. And the FOMC has signaled that they will continue increasing the Fed funds rate in May. It's anticipated another 50 basis points, and then further increases for the remaining FOMC meetings of this calendar year. So one reason to issue not only saving in cost of issuance, but also rising expectation of rising interest rates.
Councilmember Combs.
Yeah, Ms. Fox, but if the council passed a motion that said only go out for 8 million, is that something that you can do? Like, is that a valid motion that could actually be turned into a bond issuance of only 8 million? Has all of the due diligence been done to set that up?
Yes. The final par amount doesn't need to be decided until a little bit closer to the pricing date.
Okay, totally fair. So I think, Councilmember, if that's a motion you want to put forward, then I think you should put it forward.
I just asked that we first do the 8, and then if you guys want to go further than that, you ask further, you go ahead and add on to it. So my motion would be that we do 8 million, and that the first motion be for the 8 million.
I will just comment that my recollection is I actually was for just going for 8 million back before. At this point, I will be voting for the entire amount, because I think that we did make that decision based on the idea that it was $250,000 or more expensive to get at that point, which very honestly, at that point, I might have made a different decision, but I think at this point to unwind it is troublesome. And I fully I have no problem with what you're doing. I'm just stating.
Yeah.
And the other concern that I had at the time, I believe, is that I believe it actually puts a stipulation as to how quickly we have to spend that money. And anyway, but I do believe at this point we are pretty far down this road.
And I appreciate that, Mayor Nash. I candidly think probably no one's going to agree with me on this. So, but what I would ask my colleagues for the courtesy is, could we all unanimously do the 8 million? Because I do want to be supportive of the community campus, and then we could move on to the second motion for the rest of the 5.
So I'll just add, I can't do that because I never would have supported the 8 million unless we got the other 5. And so now you want to flip it, but the 8 million, which we now are obligated to, I never would have voted for.
But we're asking for all of it. It's all going to be done together, Mayor Combs. Councilmember Combs. It's going to be 8 million and then plus the 5. So you're getting all of it. I'm just asking for 2 motions.
But it's a bifurcation, which I never would have allowed based on when we originally took this up. If we would never be, at least my support for the 8 million would never have been there if we were only looking at 8 million. So now you say, well, let's look at just a motion on the 8 million. But the 8 million never would have gotten my support.
But you're getting both tonight, Councilmember Combs. You're getting both tonight. You're just getting them in successive motions.
Yeah, and if they were in successive motions, last time we took this up, I would have not voted for it. Because my whole thing was that the whole idea was that this major commitment to the Menlo Park Community Center, I thought needed to be balanced with money that went to other parks and rec infrastructure.
But you're getting that. You're just getting it with 2 motions. You're getting it. You're going to get what you wanted. You're just getting it in 2 motions to allow me to be able to vote for one of them.
But the first motion asked me to separate things that I had combined and that I have always said in my public statements should be combined. And that is that support for our obligations with the Menlo Park Community Center should come with what I think was funds that would make the renovation of Willow Oaks Park a greater certainty.
Okay. So you're not willing to go ahead and do them in two motions?
I'm not, I'm only one vote up here. So I say that it is not, again, something that makes me feel comfortable given how I've approached this issue in the past. It asks me to bifurcate things that I have always wanted to combine. But if you put that motion and you get a second and that's how it's presented,
Okay,
then
I'm just
we'll
gonna,
go that way.
I'm just gonna put it this way. If you guys don't want to allow me to do that, then the position I'm going to take is I'm going to vote against it and say we should just be taking the money from our reserves, because it's not a great time to raise taxes on our residents. So that'll be my position. If you guys want to not allow me to vote for it this way, I'll just vote for it. I'll just vote against it and say I'm still supporting the 8 million. I just would take it from our reserves right now.
Mr. Lynch.
Yeah, good evening. I just want to double check. There's a single resolution. I'm not familiar with the idea of a bifurcated motion. So I just want to make sure that if there were a consideration of a bifurcated motion, that it is consistent with adopting a single resolution.
Thank you.
So it seems like Mr. Lynch is saying that we can't even do this.
I'm just asking. I've never experienced it.
Yeah, I know. I'm
perhaps the
sorry.
city
I'm sorry. I
attorney
don't
has
mean to get
experience
you. I don't mean to pull you into this discussion.
Yeah.
I apologize.
So actually, let me, Councilmember Mueller has proposed a motion on the floor with two bifurcating it. Is there a second?
And it could be, I will go ahead and put within my motion that it could all be concluded in one resolution. So if there's majority support for both together.
All right. I will ask for the city attorneys. How do we handle this if there is no motion, no second, then do we just move on?
Okay, is that what there is? There's no second? If that's fine, then that resolves what I was going to say, which is, well, that resolves what I was going to say.
All right, I believe there is no second. Is there another motion on the table then?
So pardon the interruption. We do have a motion on the floor by City Council Member Combs and Mayor Nash. So I don't know if we need to remove that motion or are we substituting a motion?
I made a
just for the
substitute
record?
motion that has failed.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. City Clerk Karen, could you please state the motion and call for the vote?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Nash. So at this time, we have a motion on the floor by City Council Member Combs and a second by Mayor Nash to adopt a resolution authorizing the issuance of the 2022 general obligation refunding bonds and related documents and actions for the purpose of refinancing the city's 2012 general obligation refunding bonds in order to realize debt service savings for taxpayers in the city, and including the addition of a new sentence at the end of the first paragraph of Section 3. Refunding bonds may be sold as federally tax exempt bonds or federally taxable bonds, and adopt a resolution authorizing the issuance of the 2022 general obligation bonds and related documents and actions for the purpose of renovating and expanding the city's park and recreation facilities as approved by city voters in 2001. And just for clarity of the record, this was as proposed by staff. Any further city council question or discussion? Mr. Lynch, I see you have your hand raised.
Unintentionally, I apologize. I'll lower it.
Thank you. Okay. Seeing no further, by roll call vote, City Council Member Combs,
Yes.
City Council Member Mueller,
No, at this time, given that we can't bifurcate it, I would suggest we take the 8 million from reserves rather than raise taxes.
thank you. City Council Member Taylor,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Willison,
Yes.
Mayor Nash,
Yes,
and the motion passes with City Council Member Mueller dissenting. Thank you.
thank you. Right now, I would like to take a 10-minute break and come back at 9:46, please.
Okay, welcome back. Having all of our city council members return to our in-person and virtual dais. Mayor Nash, you may reconvene the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. The last regular business item is J3, discussion on and direction to staff regarding potential residential zoning changes. To introduce the item is Assistant Community Director Deanna Chow.
Great. Thank you and good evening, Mayor Nash and members of the City Council. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah, great. Thank you. So there's no formal presentation on this item this evening, but I do have a few remarks to introduce the item. The purpose of this item is for the City Council to discuss and provide direction to staff on the potential residential zoning changes. The item is a follow-up from the City Council's direction on December 8th, which was to research and analyze the process to implement a downzoning in the Bayfront area in District 1 and a corresponding upzoning in other areas of the city consistent with SB 330's no net loss provision. To ensure that there's no net loss of housing capacity in the city, the downzone parcels would need to be replaced with upzone parcels elsewhere in the city. The residential zoning district in the Bayfront area is known as RMU, which is for residential mixed use. There are tables and maps in the staff report that identify the RMU zone parcels. One set shows the approved and pending projects, and a second set identifies the 9 remaining parcels with the zoning designation. The RMU density ranges from a maximum of 30 dwelling units per acre at the base level to 100 dwelling units at the bonus level. As a reminder, the City Council is not taking action on any zoning changes at tonight's meeting. If the City Council wishes to pursue zoning changes in the RMU zoning district, the City Council may provide direction to staff on the preferred procedure, which are outlined in the staff report. For example, you could do a process as part of the housing element review or as a standalone effort. The City Council should also provide direction on the desired downzoning density to determine the net capacity that staff would need to that would need to be accommodated elsewhere in the city. I'm joined this evening by Jeff Bradley of the M Group, who is the city's consultant on the housing element update, and we are available to address questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. City Clerk Herron, could you please call for public comment on this item?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Nash. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to speak on item J3, discussion on and direction to staff regarding potential residential zoning changes, please engage that hand feature in the bottom of your screen. If you're calling in from a landline or a cell phone, please press *9 now. And our first speaker will be David Bohannon.
Yes, hello. Good evening, Mayor Nash and members of the City Council. My name is David Bohannon, and I am here tonight to raise concerns about the potential downzoning of the RMU parcels established by the Connect Menlo planning effort. As a property owner in the Bayfront and a member of the Council Connect Menlo Citizens Advisory Committee, I participated in the thoughtful and comprehensive Connect Menlo process that created the right balance for a live, work, play ecosystem in the Bayfront. Tonight, we are very concerned that any direction to staff to unwind that carefully created balance will have significant consequences for the Bayfront. The city's ability to meet RHNA targets, compliance with state housing laws, and our plans to develop a significant number of housing units on our property at 3750 Haven. To be clear, I want to join with many others in the call to focus housing in West Menlo. Increasing housing generation and upzoning downtown are imperative to meet the city's significant new RHNA obligations. However, eliminating housing density created by Connect Menlo could make the already difficult challenge of meeting RHNA obligations actually impossible. For perspective, we have been developing a housing project at 3750 Haven that could produce hundreds of units Yet this downzone would put those units in jeopardy. In addition, staff has identified other parcels that we own near Marsh Road as suitable and adequate housing sites for housing element update. I can assure you that they are not. Assuming that housing can be developed on office parking lots at a density of 30 units per acre is both wrong and financially infeasible. HCD will know this, and it will jeopardize the hard work the city is putting forward on the housing element. We have submitted a letter that goes into greater technical detail, but tonight I just wanted to convey that while I understand the history and balance that is being sought, the downsizing approach that is being suggested is extremely problematic. Erasing nearly 1,081 units of planned housing is irresponsible in the face of needing to add thousands more. Excuse me. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker will be Ali Sapperman.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Okay, great. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Ali Saperman, and I am with the Housing Action Coalition, a nonprofit that advocates for creating more housing for residents of all income levels to help alleviate the Bay Area and California's housing shortage, displacement, and affordability crisis. I'd like to emphasize 4 points. First, our region and state are contending with severe housing shortage that's driving our affordability and displacement crisis. So it is essential for each and every neighborhood across California to meet its RHNA targets. Second, neighborhoods need to do their fair share of creating new housing for residents of all income levels. There is now no excuse for exclusionary zoning, and the benefits of building mixed income housing in communities have been made abundantly clear. Third, while it is critical that we bolster our housing development, it is equally important that we do so equitably. In doing so, we should ensure we do not downzone. There are plenty of mechanisms that can and should be utilized to create more equitable incomes, especially for communities that have historically experienced disinvestment, redlining, lack of amenities, and borne the burden of environmental hazards. Fourth, creating more well-designed, well-located homes at all levels of affordability is advantageous to a community as a whole when done so with careful consideration. For example, creating financial incentives for first-time homebuyers who are long-term residents. We need to ensure that when capital comes into a neighborhood, we don't leave without investment. That is why the Housing Action Coalition is co-sponsoring Senate Bill 649 that provides strong tenant preference provisions for subsidized affordable housing. Moreover, building new housing is an anti-displacement tool as long as longtime residents can reap the benefits of development. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker will be Michał Bortnick.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. And I just have two quick comments I want to make. First, it sounds like the rules around downzoning are pretty complicated, but what's not complicated for me is to notice that in one part of our city, we're okay with people living in density of 100 units per acre. But on my street, College Avenue and Allied Arts, which is much closer to transit, to city services, to downtown, it's not even legal to build a duplex. And that seems really wrong to me. And I hope we can find a way to do something about it, even if the process is complicated. And second, I'd like to highlight a part of the letter to the City Council from the first commenter, David Bohannon, which validates the concern that other community members have already raised about the draft housing element, which is that the sites that are included in the list are not realistically going to get developed. And I really want to read a part of that letter, a short part. because Mr. Bohannon owns multiple sites on the site list, and his take is not only are existing well-performing office buildings are impediment to residential development, but we can state unequivocally that we have absolutely no intentions to redevelop these sites for housing at any time in the foreseeable future. And we understand that other property owners in the city have stated the same. So I hope we take this input seriously the next time we discuss the draft housing element here. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker will be Adina Levin.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Adina Levin, and I did serve on the Menlo advisory body when there was zoning that was created in the Bayfront area that was denser than zoning and the rest of the city. And what I had wanted to see and encourage city council members, city council to do since then was to go back and upzone areas that are in the downtown and central areas of the city that have rich transit and services to have at least the same zoning because of all of the amenities and transportation. And so having upzoning in those areas would be good and helpful and welcome in terms of meeting the goals of our housing element. With that, I have some concerns about the item that is before the council this evening, because it is if I understand correctly, the request is for council to give direction to move zoned density from known sites that are identified as being developable for housing to other sites that are not yet enumerated elsewhere in the housing element. And in the letter from the developer that was just cited, as well as some other letters from community members about this housing element, the set of sites that have been identified in this proposed housing element are really in very much varying quality. And there's some sites, including, for example, the Kleiner Perkins famed venture capital office as potentially being developed for affordable housing. And so if we are to be moving zoned capacity, I don't know how much zone capacity would it take to redevelop the Kleiner Perkins offices into affordable housing, but it would have to be really a pretty astonishing amount. And so the idea of moving zone capacity to sites that might be of varying quality runs us really significant risk to the city, both with regard to the Department of Housing and Community Development of the state and the acceptance of our housing element, as well as SB 330, which really requires feasible sites. And so I wanted to share those concerns about changing zoning to sites of unknown quality. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker will be Karen Grove.
Thank you. So I am a member of the Housing Commission, but I am speaking for myself. And I guess I just want to reiterate the importance of maximizing the use of all of our neighborhoods to meet our housing goals. And by all of our neighborhoods, I mean, I think we've done the job in District 1, and where we are lacking is the rest of the city. And I live in District 5, and I just want to raise my hand as being extremely supportive of increased density in my neighborhood, whether that is encouraging duplexes or 10-unit apartments that look like that look like single family homes, or that don't look like single family homes. But in any case, diversity of housing and people and environment, it would be very, very welcome by this resident of District 5. So because I do support the equity goal of what is good for District 1 is good for the rest of the city. And I just raised my hand for my neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. And our next speaker will be Brittany Baxter.
Hi, I'm Brittany Baxter, resident of District 3. Just wanted to echo what others have mentioned. I would really love to see a more even share of the growth of homes and resources across the city, including in my neighborhood, so that, for instance, we can see similar things downtown to what we've seen in Belhaven in terms of density. And just want to also reiterate the focus on really finding those feasible sites for us on sort of the west side of 101. I think there is definitely a real need to make sure that property owners are on board, that zoning is created in such a way that not only do we see things turn over, but we see them turn over to be affordable housing so that we meet our target numbers in the site list. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comment. So this will be the final call for public comment on item J3. And our next speaker will be Katie Baruzzi.
Hi, this is Katie Baruzzi. I'm on the Complete Truth Commission, but speaking for myself. And I just wanted to echo what a lot of other people have said and not repeat them, but I'll also say that from my observation, this is a collective action problem. Just as it's a collective action problem at the state level, at the county level, at the regional level, everybody knows that we need to add more housing and everybody wishes it were somebody else's problem. And so far in our community, we've made it the problem of people who live on the Bayside. To absorb the extra density, the extra traffic that can come with the extra density, and especially the extra commercial development. And I think it is time for us to do more than some general hand waving in the direction of adding density to our own neighborhoods. And it's natural for people to want to resist that and to want to dial it back. I think we probably need to keep going with the housing. I'm concerned about unintended consequences. But most importantly, I think, everywhere where we can actually feasibly develop housing, so maybe not on Sand Hill Road, but definitely in Flood School area and definitely along El Camino Real and definitely on our downtown parking lots and anywhere else where we can find parcels where developers are willing to tell us what will pencil out and what they can do. I think we need to go for. And let's be serious and let's be real. There was actually some research that I wanted to look up and I didn't have time to. That showed that when communities go to district elections, it actually reduces the amount of housing that gets developed. And I think it is because a district representative naturally feels responsibility to represent their district, and each district is saying, well, maybe not here. We've got enough. But traffic doesn't end at the district line. Resources don't end at the district line. People walk to parks, but they also drive to parks. Right now, we only have one downtown. So let's solve this problem, this housing problem, this equity problem collectively as a community, and not just make it one council member's responsibility, but everybody's responsibility. I think that's what the residents have ultimately elected you to do. To think about, you're really entrusted with the long-term well-being of our community for the next decade or two. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comment. And our final speaker will be Pam Jones.
Good evening again, Pamela Jones, resident of District 1. And I have a couple of comments here. First of all, I'm glad this is finally on the agenda and that we will be having, we're being forced to discuss things that we have not wanted to discuss in the past. I think that it's important to go ahead and direct the staff to initiate the process of implementing zoning changes to reduce the allowed density in the RMU zoning district and increase the density elsewhere. By them looking, researching whether or not it can be done is going to give us information that we can then talk about. Because right now what we're talking about is what we think we know. Other than what I do know is that the amount of building in District 1 is far greater than anywhere else in the city. And I must say, having attended many of the Connect to Menlo meetings, that it was never made really clear that it was going to be like that. Maybe the rest of the residents in Bellhaven understood that, but I certainly didn't. I also would like to say that I appreciated these parcels being made in parcels rather than one big area. So I'm looking at page J 3.7. And two things about that number in there. As we are all aware, what is left for us to build is for the affordable below market units. And even with 100 units per acre, we would only get a little over 1,000 units. If you were to put, and I'm saying you because I would never do it, but if you were to put all of the affordable below market residents in one complex, we're looking at creating a type of situation, a project type of situation that we had in other cities, and that certainly is illegal. So we really do need to think about where else can we build units. And the other thing that I think is equally important is I would like to know who owns these parcels. And I know there are folks that do know who they are, and they're being massaged behind the scenes. And that's something I want to do. I would like to talk to some of these developers and have a one-on-one conversation where they may better understand what my thought process is, and it would give me an opportunity to understand them. So I also think, last thing, and I've said this to the Housing Commission, we must say that we are committed to building the housing that is needed for there's over 20,000 employees that we now have in the city and the other 20,000 that are going to come. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. And Mayor Nash, seeing no further hands, you may continue.
Thank you very much. We're now open for council discussion, and I would like to start off with Councilmember Taylor, please.
Thank you, Mayor Nash. Trying to turn my camera on, but I'm not able to. And thank you for having this on the agenda. I was one of the council members that was interested in having a further discussion about this. And this is not to change zoning in this moment. It is a discussion about potentially studying what it would look like and what the impacts are, not just on the property owners, but also the residents around the area. Thank you, Ms. Herron. So I have actually a question for Mr. Bradley, and that is because he has been hearing some of my concerns for a while. And so I just wanted to ask you about shifting the units from District 1 to another district in the city. We know that it's possible, but is there a feasible site if there was a balance of, I believe, if the developer submitted an application for bonus level development, they would build at 100 units an acre. So would those units be shifted, not all of the units, but maybe 70 or maybe 50, half of the units be shifted to another site? And is there a feasible site that could take those units?
Thank you, Councilmember Taylor. My name is Jeff Bradley with M Group. The thinking is it wouldn't be if the council were to direct the downzoning in the Bayfront, the strategy wouldn't necessarily be to replicate each parcel one-to-one on an upzoning basis, but to step back and look at the total acreage being downzoned and then seek to match or exceed that so-called lost capacity through a corresponding upzoning. And just to kind of flesh this out a little bit, there's a total of 84 sites on the current housing opportunity list that are being evaluated within the environmental impact report. 33 of those sites currently don't allow any housing at all. And based on the densities we have programmed now, just looking at those sites that don't currently allow any housing, setting aside for a moment sites that would receive incremental density increases in the downtown and other locations, this subset of sites would yield over 1,600 units. So that would exceed the requirements of the type of downzoning. I'm assuming we're talking about where the base zone. And this, sorry, if I may I follow my answer with a question?
Yes.
And I think it's important that staff and myself have clarity around this as we proceed with the analysis of this issue. Is when we talk about downzoning, my understanding is that the council would retain the base density of 30 dwelling units per acre for these parcels identified in the staff report, and simply lower the bonus density from 100 units per acre to something else. But it's important we know what that number is, because that'll allow us to calculate the actual numerical implication of the possible downzoning, whether it's 40 units per acre or 50 or 60. I know previous conversations talked about simply matching the highest zoning density in the downtown specific plan, the downtown El Camino Real specific plan, and that is 60 units per acre. And that's just the one bit of information would be helpful to receive.
Thank you. So if the base is 30, so the shift could potentially be up to 70, but it doesn't necessarily have to be at the maximum.
Correct.
And a follow-up question, I'm not sure if this is for you, Mr. Bradley, or for Ms. Chow, is because there is a list of property owners, it's not just one out in the Bayfront, the 9 parcels, have any of them besides Mr. Bohannon been contacted?
Thank you, Councilmember Taylor. Yes, we have reached out to the 9 remaining parcel owners. And in addition to Mr. Bohannon, we have heard back from 2 others, one who was interested in just learning how to participate in this meeting, and another person who had expressed concerns with potential changes in the zoning.
And have we received any potential housing projects on those 9 parcels so far?
We have not. Mr. Bohannon did identify that at 3750 Haven, which is an RMU zone parcel, that he's expressing some interest in pursuing that, but we have not received other applications thus far.
Thank you. Mayor Nash, I'll hold off on the rest of my comments to hear what my colleagues are thinking. Thank you.
Thank you. Who else would like to? Councilmember Combs.
Thank you, Mayor Nash. I'm formulating my opinion, but one thing I do want to express is I think that, it seems to be a misnomer that the impacts of projects in District 1 are solely limited to District 1, and that it is an island, and that outside of District 1, there are no impacts. And part of this whole discussion about downzoning is that District 1 has consumed to this point a large amount of housing and a large amount of office construction, which I don't disagree with. But, as I'm looking at this map, if we look at a place where in recent history, the largest multi-unit housing complexes have gone in, like on Haven. Now that is in District 1. But if you're really looking at those impacts, a lot of those impacts, specifically as it relates to transportation, are delivered on Marsh Road, are delivered to Lorelei Manor, are delivered to Suburban Park. And if we're talking about some of the new office construction in the Bayfront area, I actually have gotten complaints from residents in Lorelei Manor that now the sound from the freeway bounces off of those buildings. And so I just want to make it clear that impacts don't stop at the district line. And again, like where a lot of this development is actually closer to the neighborhoods in District 2 and have greater, I think, transportation impacts on residents in District 2 whose main access is Marsh and Bay than it does to a lot of the residents of Bellhaven, where that traffic tends to be concentrated along Willow. And so I just want to make that very clear, that I think that when people say, well, it's District 1 and then this all needs to be moved to the rest of the city, I don't think that that is the correct distinction to make. I think it should be that, like, yes, this needs to be moved to the far west of the city, because that's the way then you're actually going to get some equability with regards to the impacts. And so I just want to make myself heard on that point.
Thank you. Other comments?
Everyone's avoiding eye contact.
I know.
Okay. Do you need me to go?
Sure, please.
Okay. I was really hoping to hear more from Councilmember Taylor about kind of what the desired outcome that she would like to see in District 1. So I don't know if Councilmember Taylor wants to talk more about that, or wants me to just jump in and let you know where I'm starting to think about this.
Mayor Nash? May I?
Yes, please go. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate the question, Vice Mayor. And my position hasn't changed since I've been on council. I believe that there has been an unprecedented amount of development in my community. I believe that we needed to do a moratorium in 2019 and we didn't. I believe that we need to amend the general plan and we haven't. Right now, there are over 3,000 units in that area right next to the freeway and Marsh Road in District 1. I know that the Planning Commission, if I'm not mistaken, did not approve Connect Menlo. There are problems that we have not addressed. And if we continue to proceed on the same path, what do we expect will change? This area that is impacted, not just one area of the city, but I'm going to be specific about the Bellhaven neighborhood, considering how it was created. It was created out of redlining. It was not created out of love. It was not created out of good land use. So I believe that we need to, if we are not going to change the zoning from housing, that at minimum, we can reduce the density. It doesn't make sense to have 15 large buildings that are 10 to 12 stories high on one side of the freeway, and that's where we are going to pack people in. If we're going to have 100 units an acre in District 1, then there needs to be 100 units an acre in the rest of the city. And if you all are not willing to accept that in your community, why would I want to continue to accept it in mine? So I believe that we need to study what the impacts will be of reducing the density to 20 or to 30, to keeping it at base level, essentially getting rid of the bonus level. So that's my position, Vice Mayor. And I choose option 2, which means fold it into the housing element, which is what I was told, I believe, a little over 2 years ago, that would be an option.
Thank you, I'm Vice Mayor. Thank you, Councilmember Taylor. I remember when we voted in December, or gave direction in December to pursue this, Councilmember Mueller, you abstained and didn't really feel like it was agendized properly to discuss. I'd really love to hear where you're coming from on this, but before I make comment, if you may.
Right now, we don't have a letter from HCD telling us if we can even do this. And so my big issue right now, as I look at this from a staff time perspective, is we have a lot of work to be done on the housing element to add units and get those in. And so where I am right now is I'd like to have the letter from HCD to even know if this is possible. Otherwise, we're spending a lot of staff time and a lot of hand wringing when it may be that HCD tells us we can't do it. And so I'm kind of, I think that is that's the dispositive issue, that if HCD tells us you can't, then you can't. If HCD tells us we can, then I think there's a discussion that we're going to have obviously amongst us and the stakeholders as to how to make that work. But doing it beforehand when there's so much work to be done. And candidly, also, I think what we need to do is, if this is going to happen, figure out where they're going. So figure out where these units are going to be moved to. So that's kind of where my thoughts are right now on the issue. There's all sorts of things that you could say about, I understand that. So it's interesting because there's almost a, how do I put this? I actually am, because the reason why the units the reason why the units were slotted where they're going in the construction of the plan was because of their vicinity to large employers. And so I actually, when I think about this issue of what impacts are, become more concerned that the impacts will actually be greater by moving those units further away, because individuals still have to get from a unit to the employer job site. And that actually, frankly, could be worsened significantly the further you move them away from that job site. And so, but I know that others aren't worried about that, and I want to try to respect everybody's issue, everyone's thoughts on those issues. But those are when I'm thinking about, what's the impact on traffic and climate and all of those things. I see arguments why you would say those units should be there. That being said, though, they're not connected well to transit. And so that was something that was supposed to come through with Dumbarton Rail and didn't come through. And Dumbarton Rail's about as dead as it can be right now, it feels like. So I get that there aren't services there that we still have to get worked on. But at the very first, I'm just going down a long trail, and at the start of it, does HCD let us even do it? And so that's where I am.
So actually, I'd like to ask staff that question. What's staff's interpretation of HCD allowing this? Just so we hear your perspective.
Under the no net loss provisions of the Housing Crisis Act, the city would have to obtain HCD approval before doing the concurrent upzoning and downzoning that's required to reduce residential capacity. So in order to implement this sort of proposal, the city would have to obtain HCD approval, or the reduction in residential capacity in the RMU would be invalid.
Is it safe to assume we're in a bit of a time crunch here, and that you want us to make a decision based on assume HCD allows it? Do we even want to pursue that option? What are the consequences? Is that what is before us tonight?
I might turn to the city manager on or Ms. Chow on the timing issues.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Wallison. So yes, as you know, our work here is very complex and timely. We do have a state mandated deadline for the housing element update. If the desire is to combine the work with our housing element update, it is timely so that we can prepare concurrent environmental review documents. We can consider the upzoning and downzoning and the net capacity that needs to be accommodated within the work that we're doing. So I would say it is very timely. We are hitting some critical timing milestones of preparing documents And so we would appreciate direction from the city council.
So just to clarify then, we don't have the time to first wait to see if we have HCD approval before we make a decision. You want us to make a decision tonight?
To provide us the direction, and maybe we, Ms. Doherty can provide clarification on, is it direction before the action is taken or direction before we can begin sort of studying? We have had conversations, a few conversations with HCD. They are in preparations of writing a letter to staff. It may be another week to several that we hear, but we do not have a determination from HCD yet.
Yeah, and I'm not familiar with what was requested of HCD, but their approval of a concurrent rezoning under the no net loss provisions is likely not what has been asked of them at this point. Because in order to approve it, they will actually look and evaluate the sites that the city proposes to upzone in order to offset the reduction in residential capacity. And that has not been finalized or formulated. And what I believe Ms. Chow is saying is staff needs direction in order to pursue that, or staff would like direction to pursue that formulation of the potentially upzoned sites. And please correct me if I misspoke for you, Dina.
No, yes, we would appreciate that guidance, and the letter that HCD, I believe, is preparing would not address that. As you stated, we have not done that analysis yet.
Okay, I'm ready to tell you my thoughts on all this, unless you have questions. Okay. So I appreciate the answers to those questions. It's obviously extremely complex. In December, I did vote to, bring this back so we could have this conversation. I think it is something that's been asked for a very long time. And it's an acknowledgement of the historical injustices that have been enumerated from District 1, from redlining to blockbusting, subprime lending. We unfortunately know the history. It's outlined in The Color of Law. And Menlo Park's a big actor in that book. And I think that there's, the concept of downzoning comes from a place of frustration and pain that I think is real. The question I'm asking myself as a decision maker is, what's the problem that the downzoning is trying to solve? And so when I think about that, over the years, I've heard many kind of problems raised from kind of a disinvestment in District 1, a lack of services, a lack of support, a lack of trees, a lack of street maintenance. And so I'm fully in support of solving, working with staff, doing whatever I can to support, more investments in District 1, whether it's in the Bellhaven Triangle or in the M2. I have noticed in planning commission meetings that the market, what we're hearing from the developers is that the market isn't really supporting a lot of the retail and services that I know residents really want. And I am concerned of the M2 developing as like a service desert almost, with these offices and housing units with no kind of life and vibrancy being built there. So I'm very much in favor of looking at how do we get more retail, more community serving benefits for the existing Bellhaven neighbors, potentially looking at how do we get connectivity between the senior center and the larger M2 area, whether it's an undercrossing, an overcrossing, I don't know, over the Dumbarton Rail, I don't know if that's possible. Also thinking about retail and kind of what's working in retail these days post-pandemic with Gen Z, all the information we all know about kind of retail, looking at figuring out some way to creatively address services in the M2, whether it's, looking at an acre of land that the city could maybe look at and get, 4 days a week, get food trucks there and music and concerts and vaccinations, and the clinic can come out there, like figuring out a way to make it serve the community more. So in terms of problems, again, looking to solve, I also hear, the traffic concerns, looking at reducing parking minimums, increasing TDM requirements. I do have concerns, as Councilmember Mueller raised, about exacerbating a traffic problem and a greenhouse gas problem with not having the extra housing in the Bellhaven area. So that's something, looking at parking minimums. Another thing I've heard from residents over the years is concerns about displacement, concerns about institutional investors buying up properties, gentrification, housing being bought up and then used as Airbnbs. And so I'd be really interested in looking at ways to address that gentrification, whether it's, I don't know, a rental registry or more tenant protections, whatever, first-time homebuyer programs, really staffing up our housing department to help address that. And also I've heard over the years, concerns about education, policing, environmental justice. These are all things I want to work at. These are all problems I want to help solve. And when I think about the concept of downzoning, and again, what problem it's solving, that, there's one big problem that we've also heard, which is the unfairness of the current zoning, and that 100 units an acre is okay in District 1, but not okay elsewhere. And so I agree with the comments that we need to increase density, and the housing element is obviously pushing us towards that direction anyway. But I'm well aware that other areas of the city need to do their fair share, and that's another problem I'm absolutely willing to solve. Even beyond HCD and the legal issues, SB 330, no net loss, whether or not we can or can't, as an elected leader in our city, I feel the duty to consider all of these factors, apply my values, and to make the best decisions I can with the information I have available. And what I've heard from staff is that if we're going to do downzoning, we have to do it now with the housing element, in order to be able to upzone concurrently with the EIR and everything. And if we do it now, if we need to do it now, we don't have the time and the capacity to do a thorough analysis of the consequences of the downzoning. And by that, I mean how reducing the housing but keeping office going would impact our jobs housing number, the live, work, play concept, the ability to get those much needed and wanted and deserved services in District 1. And without that robust analysis of the consequences, I feel like we're kind of jumping off a cliff without knowing the impacts. And again, will there be more driving? We won't get those amenities. And so because of those unintended consequences, even though in my heart, I want to address that unfair thing, and I get the cries from District 1, but unfortunately, I don't think we can go back in time. If this was 2019 and I had been on council, maybe it would have been different. But where we are now with how things are developing, I just don't see how we can undo this, given the time constraints that we have and the staffing capacity issues. So I'd really like to focus on the housing element. A lot of concerns have been raised tonight about the site inventory, about the feasibility of sites, the amount of zoning needed in the other districts to really focus on solving those problems I identified in District 1 on services, amenities, housing, all those other issues. And I'm not saying that in a flippant way. I really want to know what I can do to help in that. But I am not going to be in support of further looking at downzoning for the reasons I mentioned. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Nash. And just a follow-up. Equity has to start from somewhere. And if we don't start now, then when, Vice Mayor Willison?
So I have some questions for staff, please, and I apologize that I don't have the numbers in front of me. But can you refresh my memory? What is our housing? What is our RENA number at this point? I think it's like 1930.
Mayor Wilson, if I may jump in here. I'm sorry, your question was, is it what the 6th cycle RENA number is?
Yes, please.
Okay, the 6th cycle RENA is 2,946 units.
And what is it with the 30% that we're trying to hit?
With a 30% buffer, it jumps up to 3,830.
3,830. And what is the number that we're currently studying?
4,000.
So we are 170 over.
Correct.
Buffer. Okay.
Keep in mind though, there's also something called net RENA, where we go through and take allowable deductions off the RENA. This is for ADUs and projects in the pipeline. And due to the significant amount of development in the Bayfront, the net RENA is reduced to 1,469 units, all of which are affordable because the market rate units have been exceeded at a ratio of nearly 2.5. In other words, where 1,284 market rate units are required, over 3,000 have already been provided through the pipeline, or are reasonably foreseeable to be built during the next planning period.
So what my question was, is my understanding was that we were way over in the market units. And
Correct.
if that is true, can that amount be used to balance the downzoning in District 1?
The short answer is no, because the Housing Accountability Act, the SB 330, that regulated downzoning for the first time, is totally separate from the housing element requirements. It just operates on its own logic. If you downzone this site, you have to upzone another site to make up the difference.
Sorry, can you explain that again? In that I understand that, but if we have an excess of market units, which can't count to our RENA, what is the reason that we cannot use that as part of the downzoning?
Because SB 330, which regulates the downzoning, doesn't concern itself with the RENA at all. It's strictly based on the general plan and zoning of the community and what's allowed. And it essentially locks it in place in terms of anything that would go down has to automatically come up somewhere else to balance out.
Okay.
And if I just might add, so I think we have to, are you referring, Mayor, to the pipeline project, which is our existing zoning? We need to upzone, we need to add to our zoning to accommodate for the down zoning. Our pipeline projects are our existing zoning capacity.
Okay, and so, and even if what is over the 100, even with our density bonus numbers, those cannot count toward what's over the 100 units per acre. Because of the density bonus, those units cannot count toward the offset.
Right, so there were a few, I believe you're referencing to a few projects that took advantage of some of our bonus laws, and so they are actually over 100 dwelling units to the acre.
Correct. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
So I don't believe so. Again, I think it's a zoning, like it's 100 zoning or 100 dwelling units to the acre. And so we need to look at like the acreage times the zoning and figure out the total number of units. And so I think there might be a different category that we might be able to look at with our upzoning that we're looking at as part of some of our housing element strategies. And so there might be some connection between our upzoning in the specific plan area, our changes from our non-residential sites to our residential sites. And so we're changing and adding capacity for residential. So there's a zoning change. And so those would be areas where there could be accommodation for the down zoning and then up zoning or zoning changes to allow for residential that could accommodate for that change in down zoning.
Thank you. Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Nash. I had a question. I'm not sure if it's for Mr. Bradley or Ms. Chow. What happens if all the affordable units go in the Bayfront area?
From a housing element, may I Deanna, answer that? From a housing element perspective, especially for this new sixth cycle that we're in now, with the new state laws specifically affirmatively furthering fair housing, there's really a strong emphasis and requirement to plan for affordable housing to be planned throughout the community, but especially within what's referred to as high opportunity areas where there's higher incomes, higher property values, more access to parks and amenities and retail services and transportation and jobs. And that's really, it's baked into the new state laws. And it's also a real big focus in our work with Bay Area communities to implement that.
So just a follow-up question. So that means it's impossible to put all of the affordable units in Bayfront?
It would be contrary to state law, yes.
Thank you.
So I am reading.
Can I just follow up though, Mr. Bradley, since this is just a zoning exercise, could you have a scenario where you zone for affordable housing throughout the city, but what results is a concentration of affordable housing in one area of the city? There's nothing that prevents that from actually happening, right?
Well, when you say this, the zoning exercise, you refer to the upzoning, downzoning discussion,
No,
or the housing element
itself is just a zoning
okay.
exercise. You know, we're not actually bringing to the market housing units. We're changing the zoning.
The zoning is definitely a big part of it, but I wouldn't reduce the housing element to a zoning exercise completely, because there are very important policies and programs that really bring the housing plan alive and make it active, as land and zoning and densities are obviously a big part of that, but there's also policy commitments on the part of communities to facilitate and encourage affordable housing throughout the city and at all income levels. And without that push, you're right, it would just be strictly left to the market, and it'd be hard to predict how it would turn out. But in this new environment, there's really a requirement that cities do be an active player, like Menlo Park has been in the past, with the support of affordable housing, and attempt to move the needle in a more equitable fashion.
Because I mean, so one, I just want to bring up the fact that, essentially if you dropped a pin at the Willow Road, Highway 101 intersection and went on a 1 mile radius, you would essentially get the vast majority of the affordable housing in this community. And if you remove affordable housing for seniors, because there is a large senior complex in the downtown area, but if you remove that and you're looking at just affordable housing for families, you take that 1 mile radius of Highway 101 and Willow Road, and literally it's like 90%, or something, enormous percentage. You move west to Highway 280, and let's do that 1 mile radius test there. To Highway 280, the western edge of the city, you get nothing.
Are you sure that's accurate? Because there
Yeah.
are senior communities up there
that are not affordable housing. You get no affordable housing complexes there, based on the city's map. The map that the interim, we have some BMR housing there, but you do not get any affordable housing complexes.
But you do have BMR housing.
Like five, like a single digit number.
Okay.
Single digit number. And so the map is there. I would encourage everyone, it's on the city website, to go see it, where our affordable housing is. And it's quite clear that it's concentrated in one section of the city. And so it's just that my concern, Mr. Bradley, is that we'll get more of the same, because there really is no actual lever for us to say, okay, no more. We do engage in it. I do appreciate that the housing element is more than a zoning exercise. But at the end of the day, the city doesn't actually deliver units. We rely on market participants to deliver units, and we zone for it. But we can zone however we want. There is no guarantee. And so I do think that Councilmember Taylor has so when you tell her that, like, well, there's all of these protections that prevent that from happening, I'll be very honest with you, I don't see it.
Vice Mayor Willison.
Thank you. I have a follow-up question. So one of the policies or programs we're thinking about putting, well, I think we're definitely going to put in the housing element, is an affordable housing overlay to boost or fuel the affordable housing even more. Is that something that we could choose not to do on these 9 properties, or in District 1? Well, first of all, these 9 properties aren't currently even in the housing element. So any kind of programs and policies we're looking for in the housing element to incentivize further development, these are excluded from those because of affirmatively furthering for housing. Is that right? And so any kind of boosting that we're doing to put up a flag and say, come here and develop affordable housing, we're not doing on those 9 properties. Is that right?
That's correct.
So
Is there anything else we can do to Councilmember Combs and Councilmember Taylor's points to further highlight one area, come here in one area and don't come here in the other area in terms of affordable housing?
So if I just may, Vice Mayor Willison, just on the affordable housing overlay. So just one sort of background point of reference. So in 2013 and 2014, when we created the original affordable housing overlay as part of the prior housing element cycle, there were certain sites that were identified to have the overlay. They were specifically excluded from certain sites within the Bellhaven area along Hamilton Avenue. And so that is something that the city could consider as part of its conversation about where to apply the affordable housing overlay. So currently it exists along the specific plan area and then along some parcels on Haven Avenue and along Willow Road, the two Mid-Penn sites. And so that is something that can be considered if there are specific areas where an affordable housing overlay should be applied or not applied versus universally across the city.
Mayor Nash. I would guess there's a balance that needs to be done with HCD around, well, first of all, I don't think we're planning on putting these 9 parcels in the housing element, but in terms of like Willow Road, if we take away the affordable housing overlay, then do we run the balance of, then it's not feasible and likely to develop issue? So anyway, just curious.
So actually, before Councilmember Mueller, I just want to note that it's 10:55. I think at 11, we need to make a motion. And at this point, I'm counting at least 3 votes for not continuing down this path with, for looking at affordable, for downzoning. And so I'm wondering if, well, I guess first of all, whether people will vote to continue past 11 with just the idea that if there's any outstanding questions, certainly Councilmember Mueller wants to talk, but other than that, I think that we should ask whatever questions are remaining, and then I move on. So first of all, do we have a consensus that we can go past 11, please? Thank you. Councilmember Mueller.
Yeah, and I apologize for the interruption, Councilmember Combs, but I do recall when I was looking at houses when I first moved to Menlo Park and condos, that I found much more affordable condos in Sharon Heights. And then I discovered, oh, they're senior housing. I'm not allowed to live there. So I've always thought that there was something that held them to be less costly, but perhaps it's just the market for senior housing is cheaper than for everyone else. But nonetheless, that's why I interjected there. I actually wanted to indicate to my colleagues, and I know it's, and I wanted to indicate it to them now, even though it's a bit off subject. Redwood City has actually included within their housing programs another designation that we don't have in Menlo Park, that's ELI. That's extremely low income housing. And it's something that I actually would like I don't know if we have the opportunity to instruct staff right now to look at that, but I actually would like that designation included in our housing element, and certainly to be looked at all over the city. But I think that as we've discovered, there's a difference in terms of what we're producing. And I think we need to make sure that we're taking the time to produce the ELI segment as well, which is why Redwood City and others have started to designate that. And so I think those units should be everywhere in the city. And so, though off topic, I had an opportunity to say it tonight while we had our consultant here and staff here. And so if there's some consensus to that, rather than wait for us to see them, to just let them know, yeah, we want to get that included, I'd appreciate that.
Vice Mayor Willison.
Yeah, I'm certainly supportive of that. I know our housing commissioners have been asking for that. And I think there's even a state bill going through right now to require that. So yeah.
Councilmember Combs.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Nash, and I promise, or I think I promise that this will be my last comment here. First, Mr. Bradley and Michelle, thank you very much for engaging me on this, and these are obviously extremely complex and challenging issues that go to some of the central challenges and inequities of our society, and I know it's really hard work, and I appreciate the hard work that you guys have put into this. I think one of the things that we haven't broached is just, there's HCD and whether we can do this, but also that you're dealing with scenarios where actual parcel owners will possibly, if the council proceeds, be seeing a reduction in value or a reduction in their ability to exploit their properties, one of which they have today and had some expectation of. And so I think that for me goes back to just the challenge of moving forward in this direction, much like the vice mayor, as if I were on council back then, maybe I would look at this differently. But I do think that going and sort of selecting these 9 parcels essentially, and I know we're not selecting them, it's just that their rights haven't sort of vested yet. And then saying that like, oh, the ability you thought you had to exploit your property has now been reduced. I really do think opens up the city to a lot of risk, especially a lot of risk. I'll say that again. I'm not the city's lawyer, and I'm not up here offering legal opinion, but I do think it's very challenging, and I do think that there is an expectation that we would hear from those property owners, because they would see values in the tunes of millions of dollars of reduction in their ability to exploit it. So we'd have to hear from them. And for me, that's the concern, that it would open up a Pandora's box, and one of which I don't think that we would end up as a winner, to be honest. Again, I'm not a lawyer, I'm not offering legal advice, but I don't think we end up as a winner there. If I thought otherwise, then I would be more inclined to be supportive, because I said initially, we get, if I'm looking at just the District 2 perspective, we get those impacts. We are not isolated from those impacts at all. We are right there on our front doors. And like I say, in some instances, I think we get them, not all of them, but some of them. For certainly some of those developments, I think we get them to a greater extent. So I'm entirely sensitive to this line of reason in this argument. But I just don't think that this ultimately works out successfully for the city, even if we are able to make everything else work. So again, as I said, Mayor Nassa, that was going to be my last comments on this issue.
Actually, I think this is an excellent conversation, and any comments people want to make at this point, I think are very, very valuable. We don't often have this opportunity. So, is there anything else that staff needs at this point? And I guess I would ask, is there anything, any suggestions short of downzoning that we might be able to have discussions with property owners that might be advantageous in making it a more, in getting more retail or services into the Bayfront with these 9 properties? Does staff have any suggestions as to any conversations that we might be able to have with the property owners or others?
Let's see, I could take go ahead.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Murphy and Mayor Nash. So I think that's a great question. I mean, I think when we envision the live, work, play environment as part of Connect Menlo, that was something that we wanted to see. Certainly the balance of additional residential units, the continued growth of our office and life sciences and research and development in the area, and then adding in new services to not only serve the Bellhaven community, but also the new residents that would be coming in. So that would be grocery stores or entertainment uses or personal services. And as you've noted, it has been a struggle to get some of those services, some of them often being provided as part of a community amenity versus part of the project. I can say I think planners are always trying to encourage that mix of uses as part of projects as they come in, but certainly we can't mandate residential projects to add things if they are compliant with our code, if they're under some of the new SB 330 provisions. So we continue to have those conversations. If there's opportunities to explore modifications to the code, not necessarily a downzoning from what I'm hearing, but if there are other changes to the RMU zoning district that might incentivize or encourage some some of that mixed use development, that might be something that we could explore as well.
Thank you. Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you. And just to follow up with Ms. Chow, a part of Connect Menlo studied zoning districts. And so there wasn't a discussion about providing services directly around the 3,000 plus units. It was only studied that whatever Willow Village built would serve the community way on Marsh Road.
So some of the services that I'm mentioning are things that are allowed as permitted uses or conditional uses in the 3 new zoning districts that were created. I think there was concern that there wouldn't be residential built in the RMU zoning district, and so that is actually mandated. So anyone redeveloping in the RMU zoning district has to build residential before they can build non-residential uses. And as we've seen, the residential has been very successful as part of the rezoning. So it does allow for those commercial uses, but it does not mandate for those uses, but residential is mandated in the RMU zoning district.
Right now, I know in that area, there are very few places that even serve food outside of Hotel Nia.
Right.
And
So yeah, it's not mandated. The sort of the neighborhood serving uses, the restaurants, maybe, you know, a nail salon, your dry cleaners. So those would be what people often consider as your neighborhood serving retail uses. Those are allowed in the RMU district. I believe they're also permitted in the office and the life sciences zoning district, but they are not required. So someone could come in and build a non-residential building, but not necessarily include those uses.
I just have a follow-up. It's more of a statement. I mean, do we all at least agree that what was proposed for this area isn't balanced development? And I just see, I'm not sure how soon the first apartment building, if it's going to be the one that has 335 units or the one that has 483 units or the one with 111 units. And I don't remember the numbers in the other 2 projects. But how soon will there be something that is going to serve that new neighborhood after the completion of the units? This is definitely not balanced development, which is why I'm glad we had this discussion. Even though what I believe needs to happen isn't, I will still voice my concerns about the unbalanced growth in the city.
Vice Mayor Willison.
Councilmember Taylor, to your question, it's getting late. I don't exactly remember how you phrased it, but no, it's not balanced development. It's not unfolding, I think, like at least how I would want it to. And to Ms. Chow's point about zoning changes to incentivize, are you talking about like a first floor retail requirement, or like would that then trigger the no net loss for the RMU, or like what is on the table? Because I do think we have to act quickly if there's any opportunity, and I would have to look to staff's guidance. Like I've learned a lot about zoning, but I don't know enough to direct you exactly what the solution is. But I think what you're hearing from us is, at least for me, and I think Councilmember Taylor is like is that we want more neighborhood serving. I know that the market, we can't mandate, we can, I guess, mandate it if we do a first floor overlay or something, but the market's going to kind of do what the market's going to do, and we can control what we can control. But how do we incentivize it? If there are regulations we can do, how can we do it quickly? Because this development is happening very quickly. Are there opportunities for the city to, acquire with some funds, a parcel to do something to help subsidize, to help make a little attractive gathering destination area? like an off the grid kind of place. If that, I don't know, I'm just trying to brainstorm here. I don't have the solution. Obviously, we'd want to hear from the community, but I think that that the loud and clear message for me and the thing I would want to focus on is how do we make sure that we're not just getting the live and the work, but that we're getting the play and that it's serving the Bellhaven neighbors. And yes, Willow Village, it's not yet approved, you know, in the concept form, you know, if it goes, you know, has a grocery store potentially and all these other things, but the M2 is pretty far from that. And how do we make sure that this other area isn't this service desert that I think we're concerned it's shaping up to be? So.
Thank you. And possibly the final comment from Councilmember Mueller.
Well, so I just had a question because when Greystar came through, I'm pretty sure it was Greystar, they actually did have to, for the bonus density, provide services, and there was a discussion of what that would be. Would that be the same discussion that would take place if people were looking at, if applicants were looking at the bonus density on these nine units? Ms. Chow.
Thank you, Councilmember Mueller. So yes, you're right. So there were a few projects that identified as part of their bonus level community amenity, some non-residential uses. So there was a healthcare clinic, Ravenswood Healthcare Clinic, childcare, like a small retail cafe, and then there is also now the option for the in lieu fee. So as part of conversations with bonus level development, all of the projects that have been proposed in the RMU district are proposing bonus level development. So there would be conversations around what types of uses, if they choose to put something, a physical improvement, or they may choose to pay the in lieu fee, which then will have funds to consider how by the city council how those funds can be used.
So can we as a council just strengthen what we want in terms of the amenities, public amenities on that list?
So that is a conversation that we will be bringing back forward to the city council to discuss the community amenities process and list.
Okay, so there is going to be that opportunity then for us to look at those 9 parcels and see what we do with the amenities for them, which could possibly include cafes or restaurants.
So I don't know if those 9 will develop at the bonus level development, and so the community amenities are only applicable.
But if they're not bonus level and then they're not at 100 units, right?
Right, then the maximum would be 30 dwelling units to the acre.
Right. So if they come in for the bonus and they're over the 30, which was the discussion tonight, then we can go ahead and make sure that the services on the community amenity lists for them are indeed what the community is seeking.
Yes, that can be part of the conversation with them. And then, or if they opt in for the in lieu fee, then the council will have an opportunity to decide how those fees could be utilized.
All right, thank you so much.
I think we are ready to adjourn. I want to thank everyone so much for this conversation, and I think it was very worthwhile. I'm sure we'll have it again. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, you are absolutely right. Thank you. Where are my notes? Actually, Deuce, at this point, is there anything else that is needed from staff about J3, the zoning changes? Anything else that's needed?
Go ahead, Mr. Martin.
I'm just trying to confirm that there is no council direction to move forward with further study at this time.
That is correct.
Correct. Then
All right.
there's nothing additional needed.
Thank you. All right, informational items. Informational items are transmitted to the City Council in staff's effort to provide an update on matters of importance to the City Council. Informational items are not action items, However, a city council member, city staff member, or a member of the public may request to make a comment or ask a question on any of the informational items. City Clerk Herron, do we have any public comments on the informational items?
Thank you, Mayor Nash. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to speak on our informational items, K1, City Council Agenda Topics, K2, the Menlo Park Community Campus Draft Operation Plan Milestones, or K3, Gymnastics Program Reactivation, Capacity and Timeline Update, please engage that hand feature in the bottom of your screen. If you're calling in from a landline or a cell phone, please press *9 now. This will be the final call for public comment on our informational items K1 through K3. Seeing no hands raised, Mayor Nash, you may continue.
Thank you. Are there any city council questions on any of the information items? All right, seeing none, we now have the city manager's report with interim city manager Justin Murphy.
Yes, thank you. Just would like to be able to make a few announcements. I will try to speak quickly, but hopefully not too quickly. First, to announce the release of 2 environmental impact reports, often referred to as EIRs, for 2 major developments. The first EIR is a new life science building at 1350 Adams Court. The Planning Commission will be taking oral comments on May 2nd, and written comments are due May 23rd. Second EIR is for the Willow Village Master Plan, a large mixed-use development on a 60-acre site on Willow Road. The Planning Commission will be taking oral comments on April 25th with written comments due May 23rd. The documents are available on the city's website, and hard copies are available at the city's 2 libraries. Second, I'd like to make a plug for the advisory body recruitment. If anyone's interested in serving on one of the city's advisory bodies, such as the Planning Commission or Complete Streets Commission, the application deadline is tomorrow at 5 p.m. And then I would like to highlight 2 upcoming meetings. First, there's the Reimagining Public Safety series of meetings. Tomorrow night at 6 p.m. there's a meeting focused on District 3. And then finally, there's the Independent Redistricting Commission, which is considering the adoption of the new City Council district map at its meeting on Thursday at 6 p.m. So those are just a few announcements of things that are going on. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any reports from city council members since the March 22nd city council meeting? Councilmember Willison.
Thank you, Mayor Nash. As Adina Levin made a public comment hours ago about federal infrastructure dollars and grade separation, there has been some movement lately in grade separation land. MTC did a call for projects, as Adina said, or picked some projects to put forward in a package to get to endorse for federal funding. Menlo Park wasn't on the list, but there are meetings taking place. I met today with the TA, the Transportation Authority, the funding folks, and I'm going to be meeting with staff. And I know Councilmember Mueller and I are on a thread with Senator Josh Becker about potentially meeting with Caltrain. So there may be a future sooner than later desire to bring back the topic of grade separation so that we can advance and take advantage potentially of some of this federal funding dollars in the $1.2 trillion bipartisan infrastructure thing. And then the other big news on rail is that Caltrain has 50% off in April. So if you're looking to go to the Giants game or, grab lunch in Burlingame, now's the time to hop on the train. So thanks.
Thank you. Any other? I have a council member report. Councilmember Taylor, do you have any reports at this point?
No, thank you, Mayor Nash.
All right. All right, I'll try and make this really quick. Just reporting out, Menlo Spark has submitted an expression of interest for the ICLEI grant. This is a $1 million grant. Right now they are, it was due on Monday, and the field will be narrowed down to a group of 20 who will be submitting proposals, and out of that, two organizations, two nonprofits will receive $1 million each. This is a nationwide program put together by the ICLEI group. And in addition, Councilmember Taylor and I visited, I'm sorry, it's getting very late, a Menlo Park live action drill for joint gas emergency response by PG&E with Menlo Park Fire Protection District and Menlo Park Police Department and EPA Police Department, which was a fascinating exercise out by the Dumbarton Bridge, looking at how PG&E responds to joint gas emergency. I'm sorry, gas emergency. Joint part is the different organizations. Anyway, it was very impressive, and PG&E is taking very seriously to make sure that they are prepared for any emergency. And finally, Councilmember Taylor and I have convened at MPCC. It's an informal working group, and we have had 2 meetings now. We're having a 3rd meeting at the end of the month, and to get community input into the MPCC project. And at this point, we're talking about operations, and it's exciting. People are engaged. Thank you. And we are now adjourned. Thank you so much.